I came when you had nothing left, not when you were managing, not when you still had options on the table. I came at the exact moment the last option ran out, when the weight in your chest made breathing feel like work, when you closed your eyes that night not sure you wanted to open them again. That is where I stepped in. Not before, not after. Right there in the middle of the wreck. You were not holding on by a thread when I arrived. The thread had already snapped. And that is not a coincidence. That is not me arriving late. It is me arriving at the only moment when what I bring can actually take root. When there is nothing left of your own effort to get in the way. I need you to understand something about how I work. I do not wait for you to compose yourself before I come near. I do not hold back until you are presentable, until you have it together, until things look better. I come into the mess. I walk into the wreck. That has always been my way. That is my way right now with you. You have spent a long time being strong for the people around you, not because it felt natural, but because showing what was really happening inside carried a cost. You learned that early. Vulnerability got you wounded. Openness made you a target. Honesty made people uncomfortable or careless or cruel. So you built something solid around the real version of yourself. Walls that were never meant to be permanent, but that became the architecture of your daily life. Those walls protected you. I understand why you built them. But the same structure that kept pain from getting in also locked pain inside with no way out. You have been sealed in there with it, carrying it alone, managing it quietly while continuing to function on the outside. Over time, the weight of that became heavier than the original wound. Declare, I receive this, if these words are reaching your spirit right now. Today I am asking you to bring those walls down. Not for the world. The world does not need to see this, but for me. Because I cannot reach what stays buried. I cannot restore what you will not let me touch. The healing I am bringing is not surface level. To get to what is underneath, I need access to what has been locked away. There are things you said out loud and things you swallowed in silence. There are nights that would not end and mornings you got up anyway. There are moments when you held it together in front of others and fell apart the second you were alone. I know all of it. Not as a record against you. As the exact landscape I am stepping into today with full intention to change. You have been trying to understand why this happened to you. Your mind has gone over it hundreds of times, looking for the angle that makes it make sense. The answer that would make the pain feel worthwhile. You have not found it, because that kind of answer does not come from analysis. It does not come from working through it harder or thinking about it longer. What I am bringing you today goes past the mind. It reaches the place where the damage actually lives. What broke you was not random. I am not telling you it was good or that it should have happened the way it did. But I will tell you this. I did not leave you to face it alone. I have been present in this situation longer than you have been aware of me. Every turn it took, I was already there, not watching from a safe distance, inside the situation with you, working. You are still here. Let that settle for a moment. Everything that came against you, and you are still here. That is not just your resilience. Your resilience alone would have run dry long before now. What kept you standing when your own strength gave out was not your strength at all. It was something holding you that you did not place there yourself. I am the one who held you through the nights that should have broken you. I am the one who made a way when the weight was beyond what any person could carry on their own. I am not telling you this so you feel indebted. I am telling you so. You know what kind of God you are dealing with. The one who does not release what he holds. The one who does not abandon what he started. That is who is speaking to you right now. The pain you are carrying is not something I overlooked. There is no version of what you have been through that exists outside my awareness. I know the exact shape of what broke you. I know what you said to others and what you said to no one. I know the cost of the nights that had no end and the mornings you chose to stand anyway. None of it is beyond what I can reach. None of it is too far gone for what I intend to do. You are standing in what looks like ruin. I am standing in what I am about to build. Both things are true at the same time. The wreckage is real, and so is what I am about to do with it. My child, this is not the end of your story. It is the part of your story where I arrive. There is something that needs to be said about this moment you are in. Not every person who reaches this point stays long enough to hear what I have to say. Some leave, some shut down. Some manage the pain into numbness and go on without it ever really changing. You stayed. Whether that was a decision you made consciously or just the absence of enough strength to go anywhere else, you stayed. And that matters, because what I am bringing into this space requires you to be here for it. And you are here. The loneliness of suffering is its own category of pain. You can endure tremendous things if someone is walking alongside you. You can bear almost anything if the weight is shared. But when the pain is yours alone, when you carry it invisibly, when no one around you can see it or fully understand what it is costing you, that is when it becomes almost unbearable. That is the kind of pain you have been living with. You tried to describe it. You looked for the words, and either the words were not there, or when you found them, the person you gave them to could not hold them properly. They offered advice when you needed presence. They told you to be stronger when you needed acknowledgement. They moved on before you were ready. And after enough of that, you stopped trying. You sealed the pain inside and carried it alone. I need you to hear this clearly. Your pain is not dramatic. It is not an overreaction. There is nothing excessive about what you are feeling. You are genuinely hurt. The wound is real, and the fact that others could not see it, or could not sit with it, or did not have the capacity to stay, that says something about them. It says nothing about you. Say, "Yes, Lord, if you are ready to let me into this today." Here is what I want you to know about every moment you felt completely alone in this. I was there, not in a distant way, not as a passive observer recording what happened. Present, engaged, close. In the silence of the nights that had no end, I was in that silence. In the moments you could not speak what you were going through, I already knew. You were not unheard simply because no human voice answered. I moved quietly in those seasons. A thought that arrived out of nowhere and steadied you for one more day. A moment of unexplained peace in the middle of the worst stretch. Something that reached you at exactly the right time and felt like too much of a coincidence to be random. Those were not accidents. Those were deliberate, quiet interventions, but mine. You cannot know how many things I turned back from you in the darkest stretch. How many times I redirected what was heading toward you. The battles you never had to fight because I stopped them before they reached you. You did not see any of that. You were not meant to, but it happened. And you are still here in part because of it. The loneliness told you that you were forgotten. It told you that your situation was too small for heaven's attention, or too complicated for a solution, or that you had been left to navigate it on your own. Every one of those was a lie. The loneliness of pain is one of the cruelest distortions in existence, because it takes a wound that is already real and adds a false verdict to it. That verdict is not what I say about you. You are not a person I am tolerating from a distance. You are not a case number. You are not someone whose prayers are stacking up unanswered. You are the one I am speaking to right now, directly, specifically, with full attention. This is not a general broadcast. It is a personal word, and what I have to say to you is shaped by your actual situation, your history, your story. I know every detail of it. Your suffering did not happen in a vacuum. I was watching, not like a distant audience observing a spectacle, but like a father who cannot leave the room no matter what happens. There is no depth of pain that put you outside my reach. There is no darkness that made you invisible to me. You felt alone. That feeling was real. But the feeling was not the truth. The truth was that I was right there. I know what it cost you to keep going on the days you had no reason to. I know the specific conversations that cut deeper than they should have. I know the moment you realized a certain person was not going to come through for you. I know the night you decided not to ask for help anymore because asking had produced too much disappointment. I know all of it. None of it changed how I see you. None of it altered what I intend to do in your life. You have been seen, not from a vantage point outside your pain, but from inside it. That is where I have been all along, and now I am moving, not just to comfort you, but to change the actual situation. What I am doing goes beyond words that lift you for a season. It goes to the source. It addresses the root. And when I am finished, the isolation you carried will not just be managed. It will be replaced by something you have not yet experienced. The deep, settled knowledge that you are held. The double weight you have been carrying, the actual pain and the isolation of carrying it, ends here. Not because the circumstances have all changed yet, but because I am stepping into both. Into the wound itself, and into the empty space around it that felt so hollow. I am filling that space. You are not alone in this. You have not been. And from this point forward, that truth needs to settle in you like a foundation. Not a feeling that comes and goes, but a fact you return to even when the feeling is gone. What I am about to do in your life is not a surface adjustment. It is not a patch over the damage. Many things that call themselves healing are really just management. They keep the wound from getting worse, but they do not close it. They reduce the symptoms without reaching the cause. What I am bringing is different. I am going to the origin of the pain, the actual source. And that requires something from you that is harder than endurance. It requires honesty about what is actually there. There are rooms inside you that have been locked for a long time, not out of stubbornness, out of protection. You shut those doors because what was behind them was too heavy to carry and too dangerous to expose. You learned that bringing certain things into the light meant becoming vulnerable in ways that had cost you before. So you locked the doors and kept moving. Life, to outside observers, appeared to continue normally. But those rooms do not stay still. What is sealed inside does not remain contained forever. It finds other exits. It surfaces as responses that seem disproportionate, as a heaviness with no clear source, as a pattern that repeats across different situations and different people, because the root of it has never been addressed. You have noticed this. You have wondered why certain wounds keep reopening. The answer is that the cause was never removed. It was only covered. That is what I am here to change. Not with a temporary measure, with actual removal of the root. This process does not depend on your ability to explain what happened or your ability to make sense of it. It does not require you to have the right words. It only requires that you bring what you have carried and place it in my hands without holding part of it back. That is the condition. Not performance, not perfection. Just surrender of the weight. There is an act of faith I want to speak to you about in this moment. Something that matters. Not because I need anything from you, but because the act itself changes the posture of your heart. When you release something of real weight in genuine trust, you are making a declaration in the unseen that your security does not rest in what you hold, but in who holds you. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. There is a difference between believing in my provision in theory and acting as though it is real. What you release in genuine trust becomes a point of activation, not because of the amount, but because of what the act declares about where your confidence rests. It declares that I am your source, that what you have comes from me and can be returned to me, that you are not holding on to survival with clenched hands, but walking open-handed with a God who does not run short. The healing I am bringing is comprehensive. It is not confined to the emotional. It is not limited to the spiritual. Every area that has suffered damage is within the range of what I am addressing now. The places that have been stuck for years, the doors that have seemed permanently closed, the ground that has felt like it produces nothing, no matter how much effort you put in. I am moving through all of it, not in sequence, in fullness. You have been reaching toward me for a long time. Some of those prayers were spoken with full faith. Some were spoken with doubt, but you said them anyway. Some were spoken when you had almost nothing left to believe with. Just the decision to reach out one more time, even though the last time felt like silence. I received all of it, not based on the strength of the faith behind each prayer, but because you kept coming. That persistence is its own kind of faith. I have not missed a single moment of it. The thing about deep healing is that it asks you to feel things you have been successfully avoiding. That is not punishment. It is the only way through. You cannot drive around a wound to get past it. You have to go through it to reach the other side. But you do not go through it alone. I am in the going through with you. Not watching, not coaching from a distance. Present in every part of it, carrying what you cannot carry, moving through what would stop you on your own. What is coming on the other side of this is not a slightly improved version of what you have known. It is new ground, a life that does not look like the one you have been managing. I am not restoring you to where you were before the pain. I am taking you somewhere you have not been yet. The destination I am building toward is not a return to the past. It is a forward movement into something that has been waiting for this exact season, for the work happening right now to be complete. My child, the doors I open are not the ones you could have unlocked yourself. The path I am carving is not one you could have found on your own. What is ahead of you was designed for who you are becoming through this, not who you were when it started. It was always the plan. The plan has not changed. It is still in motion. There is something that happened in you during the hardest stretch. Something that did not happen because of the pain, but that could not have surfaced any other way. The difficulty did not manufacture it. It uncovered it. Certain things in a person only become visible under pressure. Certain strengths only emerge when the comfortable options are removed. What I saw in you in your lowest season was not a weaker version of you. It was a version you had never had to bring to the surface before. I watched how you moved through what should have stopped you. How you got up on days when you had nothing left. How you kept reaching, even a threat of it, in conditions where reaching made no logical sense. That is not ordinary. That is not something every person does. And it did not come from nowhere. It was always in you. The pressure just gave it a reason to appear. Joseph is someone I want you to think about. Not as a tidy parable, but as a real account of how I work. He was betrayed by those closest to him. He was sold and discarded, and left in a place with no exit and no advocate. Years passed, without any visible change in his situation. The conditions around him had no reason to produce anything good. And yet, I was moving in every season, including the ones that looked like nothing. When the moment arrived, it arrived completely. The reversal was total. What had been used to break him became the exact context through which everything I had promised him was fulfilled. What I want you to hold from that is this. Joseph did not understand what I was doing while I was doing it. He was not walking through those years with a clear map. He was walking with uncertainty, with grief, with the weight of injustice that had no explanation. The faithfulness was not based on clarity. It was based on something else. A refusal to let the circumstances define who he was. That is what I am asking of you. Not that you understand every step, that you stay. What the long season produced in you is real, even if you cannot name it yet. There is a steadiness in you now that was not there before, a capacity to hold difficulty without immediately falling apart. A way of moving through things that carries more depth than it used to. You may not feel that. You may feel depleted. But depletion and depth are not the same thing. What was uncovered in you through this does not disappear when the feeling of strength is low. I also want to speak to the wounds that came from other people. The ones who should have stayed and did not. The ones who promised and did not deliver. The ones who saw you struggling and moved on. I know those specific wounds. I know which ones are still open. I know which ones you have tried to close on your own by deciding that needing others is a liability. Those conclusions are understandable. They will also limit your future if they stay in place. What I am going to do about those wounds is not ask you to simply forgive and move on as though nothing happened. Forgiveness is real, and I will walk you through it. But it is not a feeling you generate on command. It is a process, and I will be in it with you. What I will say now is this. What those people did is not the final word on what you are worth. I am the one who determines that, and what I say is different from what their actions communicated. The part of you that has been guarded since those wounds, the part that holds back, that expects disappointment before it arrives, that has quietly decided trust is too high a cost. I see that part. I am not going to force it open, but I'm going to work on the damage underneath it, steadily, until the guardedness no longer has the same reason to exist. That work has already begun. There are things you experienced that no amount of reframing changes. Some of what you went through simply needed to be mourned. not explained, not turned into a lesson. Mourned. Grief over real loss is not a failure of faith. It is the honest response of a person who loved and lost, who invested and was not returned to. I allowed you the full weight of that. I still do. But grief was never meant to become a permanent residence. It was meant to move, to pass through and leave something changed on the other side. What I am bringing you into now involves movement, out of the ground where you have been standing, and into territory that is already prepared. That move is not a betrayal of the past. It is simply what comes next, and I am the one leading it. You are not going to this new place the way you would have gone before all this happened. Something in the way you move has changed. The way you listen is deeper. The way you read situations is sharper. The way you extend to others who are struggling is more direct and more real, because you are speaking from lived ground, not theory. These are not consolation prizes for what you went through. They are genuine capacities. They belong to you now. I want to be clear about something. The difficulty you went through was not payment for what I am about to give you. I do not operate that way. What I bring freely, not as a reward for suffering, not a settlement for what you endured. What happened in the difficult season has value not because it earned something, but because it changed something. The change is real. It is in you, and I am going to build on it. There is a version of your story that other people need to hear, not to make your pain useful to them before it has been dealt with in you. But eventually, when the time is right, what you have lived through will be exactly what someone else needs. Not a polished account with the struggle edited out, the real account, with the weight still in it. That kind of testimony opens something in a person that no amount of doctrine can. I know when that time will come. You do not need to carry that as a pressure now. Just know that nothing you went through was wasted. I do not waste anything. You have reached the point where what I am doing is going to become visible. There is a season of hidden work that comes before every visible shift, and I will not apologize for the hiddenness. What is built underground is what determines how high the structure above it can rise. The work I have been doing in the unseen season is approaching completion, and what comes out of it is not going to be subtle. The situation you are looking at right now, the one that appears to have no door, no exit, no movement, is not the final picture. What looks like a sealed wall to you looks different from where I stand. I see what's on the other side. I see the route. I see the timing, and I am already moving in it. Your job is not to figure out how it opens. Your job is to stay positioned so that when it does, you are standing there to walk through. Let me tell you about Moses at the water's edge, not the version that sounds neat in retrospect. The actual version. A massive force was closing in from behind. An impossibly wide body of water stood in front. There was no path in either direction. Everyone standing beside him understood what that meant. The fear in that moment was not small, and it was not irrational. The situation was, by every human measure available, finished. That is precisely when I moved, not before the fear, not when the confidence was high, not when the plan was clear. I moved when the situation was fully impossible, when there was no strategy left to try, no combination of effort and ingenuity that could produce a way through. The water divided because there was nothing else to open. My power moves without competition when every other option is off the table. That is the position you are in right now. Stop reading it as catastrophe. It is actually the position of readiness for what only I can do. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are choosing to believe this today. What I am opening for you in this next season is not something you could have accessed before now. The door I am bringing you to requires the person you have become through this, not the person you were at the start. There are levels of responsibility ahead that would have broken you before this season. There are relationships ahead that required you to be a certain kind of person before they could survive contact with you. What is coming was always coming, but it needed you to be someone specific to receive it without it destroying you. The new ground I am releasing includes territory in your relationships, the connections that have been dry or painful or absent. I am moving in those. Not every broken relationship will be rebuilt. Some closures were right and final. But new ground is opening. People are being positioned. Connections that carry real weight and purpose are being drawn toward your life. You have not seen this yet. You will. The new ground I am releasing also includes the practical, material dimensions of your life. The financial strain that has gripped your situation, I see it. I know what it has cost in stress, in limitation, in the constant calculation of what is possible and what is not. That grip is being loosened. I am moving in the practical places. Not because you are more deserving now, but because my timing operates on a pattern that yours does not always follow. My provision for your life was never absent. The delivery is arriving now. There is a pace to what I do that does not always match the pace you want. I work on foundations before I build above them. I prepare conditions before I send what is needed into them. And the preparation often happens in ways you cannot observe. In the interior of situations, in the hearts of people being moved toward you, in circumstances converging in sequences you would not be able to engineer if you tried. What looks like stillness is rarely stillness. It is preparation at a level below what you can see. I want you to stop measuring my activity by what is visible on the surface. The surface is always the last place change becomes apparent. By the time a shift is visible to your eyes, it has already been in motion beneath the surface for a long time. What you are about to see, the movement you are about to witness in your circumstances, did not begin today. It began in the unseen, in the work I was doing while you were still wondering whether I was there. The miracle I am releasing does not require perfect conditions. It does not require your environment to cooperate first. It goes ahead of you and rearranges what needs rearranging. It softens what has been hard. It opens what has been sealed. It returns what was lost. You do not have to engineer any of this. You have to trust the one who is already engineering it. What this new season requires of you is not more effort. It is a different kind of engagement. Less striving, more alignment, less forcing, more following. The discipline I am asking for is not the kind that grinds against the obstacle until something breaks. It is the kind that stays close to me, that moves when I move, waits when I say wait, goes when I say go. That operating mode produces results that effort alone cannot reach. You have tried effort alone. You know what it produces. Now try this. Those who love me are not navigating this life alone. You have a God who goes before you into the days you have not yet entered, who sees the terrain before you arrive at it, who prepares the way while you are still walking toward it. That is not a metaphor. It is the actual pattern of how I work, and it is how I am working for you right now. Ahead of you, clearing ground, making room, arranging what needs to be in place before you arrive. There is something I need to address directly, because it may be the thing blocking you more than anything else. You want to understand before you move. You want the explanation before the trust. You want the full picture before you commit to the next step. And I understand that impulse. You were built with a mind that reasons, that weighs, that evaluates. I gave you that. I do not despise it. But there is a dimension of what I am doing that your reasoning cannot access. There are layers of this situation that your analysis cannot reach. When you demand to understand all of it before you will trust me, you are asking me to operate within the limits of your perspective, which is a perspective that does not have all the information. I have all the information. You have some of it. The gap between those two things is exactly where faith operates. I am not asking you to be mindless. I am asking you to acknowledge the limits of your own view and trust the one with the wider one. That is not weakness. That is the most sensible response available to a person who genuinely believes they are dealing with God. If I am who I say I am, then walking without full understanding is not reckless. It is the only rational thing to do. There have been directions I gave you that did not make sense at the time, paths that seemed illogical, closed doors you pushed against for a long time before accepting the closure, open doors you walked through reluctantly, not sure why you were going that way. In each case, what seemed strange from your position had a reason from mine. I was not being arbitrary. I was operating from knowledge you did not have access to yet. There is a version of trust that only becomes possible after you have been through what you have been through. The kind built on something more than inspiration or good circumstances. The kind that holds in conditions where every visible indicator argues against it. That is the trust you have been developing. It did not feel like development while it was happening. It felt like surviving. But the result is a depth of reliance that cannot be produced any other way. You are not the same person who entered this season. The way you process things has changed. You do not react the way you used to. The things that used to send you into a spiral take longer to reach that point, or do not reach it at all. The people and situations that used to have a hold over you have less grip now. That is not something you manufactured. That is the result of real work being done. And that change is permanent. You are not going to slide back to who you were before this. The identity I am establishing in you is not dependent on your circumstances being comfortable. It does not require external validation to hold its shape. It is not contingent on people understanding you, or approving of what you're doing, or believing in where you're going. It is rooted in what I say about you. And what I say does not change with the season. It does not adjust based on your performance or your feelings or the state of your situation. What I say is this: you're mine. You're called. You're equipped for what is ahead. The path is not fully visible from where you stand. That is not a design flaw. That is how I walk with people, close enough that they need to stay close to me to see the next step. That proximity is not a disadvantage. It is the safest position there is. Walk with me in this, not ahead of me, running on assumptions about where I am going, not behind me, waiting until everything is certain before you move. Beside me, one step at a time, close enough to hear when direction comes. That is the pace that produces the greatest results. Not because it is the most efficient, but because it keeps you in position where I can work through you, not just for you. There are people I am going to connect you with in this next season who carry something you need, and you carry something they need. These connections are not accidental. They are arranged. They will not all announce themselves, obviously. Some will arrive quietly and only become clear over time. Your job is to stay open, Not naive, but genuinely open to the new, to the unexpected, to the person who does not fit the category you would normally look in. The ones you carry in prayer, those you love most deeply, the people whose struggles sit in your heart even when you have no words for them. I see them too. I am not working only in your life. I am working in theirs. The prayers you have lifted for them have not been lost. They have reached me. And the work I am doing in you is not isolated from them. What changes in you creates movement in the space around you. The people you are closest to will feel it, even if they cannot name what shifted. The new identity I am giving you does not erase what you have been through. It does not require you to minimize it or pretend it was nothing. What you survived is part of your story. I am not rewriting that. What I am doing is writing what comes next, and what comes next does not begin with what happened to you. It begins with who you are now, the person who came through, the person who stood on the other side. That is the starting point I am working from. And it is a far stronger starting point than you realize. There is authority that comes from real experience, not the kind of authority that is given by title or position, the kind that comes from having actually been in the low places and come back. When you speak to someone else who is in that place, someone going through what you went through, they will hear something in your voice. They will know that what you are saying is not borrowed, that it was paid for. That kind of voice has a reach that no amount of polish or theory can produce. I'm going to use that voice. At the right time, in the right place, I will put you in front of exactly the person who needs to hear it. Everything I have spoken to you today comes down to this. I am done waiting for the right moment. This is it. Not the moment after this one. Not the version of this where you finally feel ready, or the circumstances finally cooperate. This moment, right now, with all its uncertainty and exhaustion and open questions, this is the moment I chose. And I do not choose moments carelessly. The blessing I am releasing is not still on its way. The decree has been made. What I set in motion from my throne is not hypothetical or conditional in the way you might be thinking. It is done. The question is not whether it will come. The question is whether you will be positioned to receive it. Whether your hands are open or still clenched around what you have been trying to control. Fear closes hands. Not in a failure of character, in a completely understandable human response to conditions like the ones you have lived in. When you have had to hold everything together alone for a long time, the grip becomes automatic. Releasing it does not feel safe. It feels reckless. But the grip itself is what keeps the new from being received. You cannot take hold of what I am handing you while your hands are full of what you have been managing. I am asking you to release the management, not the responsibility. You are still called to act, to steward, to move. But the white-knuckled control of outcomes that belong to me. Trust is not passivity. It is the decision to move your part and release my part to me, without demanding to hold both at once. What I have promised you is not general. It is not the kind of blessing that applies to everyone in the same form. It is shaped to fit your actual life, your specific situation, the exact details of what you have been walking through. I do not operate in generalities when I work in individual lives. I work specifically, with full knowledge of every factor in play. The word I am speaking over you today was formed for your situation the way a key is made for a specific lock. The doors that are about to open will not open for anyone else in the same way. They are yours. The provision coming is measured for what you need. I know what is in your house. I know the weight that scarcity has placed on you and on those you love. I am addressing that weight directly not eventually, now. You are going to see movement where there has been stillness. You are going to receive in places you stopped expecting. You are going to encounter open ground where you were certain there were walls. This is not exaggeration. It is what is actually happening on the other side of what you can currently see. The activity invisible to you is about to produce results that are impossible to miss. Do not disqualify what I am doing when it arrives in an unexpected form. The answer may come through a person, through an opportunity, through a door that opens in an area you were not watching. Stay alert. Stay open. The answer is already in motion. This is the part of your story where the ground changes, not where suffering ends and happiness begins in some clean division, but where the weight begins to shift, where what has been working against you begins to move in your favor. A morning where the first thought is not dread, a situation that has been frozen that suddenly moves, a word that reaches you at exactly the right time. These will be the first signs. When they come, recognize them. Allow yourself to believe that what I told you was true, because it is. The covenant I have made with you is not contingent on your consistency. It is contingent on mine, and I am consistent. I do not change with circumstances. I do not revoke what I have spoken based on how things look on any given day. The word I gave you today stands tomorrow and in every season that follows. Return to it when circumstances try to contradict it. Return to it when the feeling of confidence is low. It is anchored in me. And I do not move. What I am asking of you right now is not dramatic. It is a small thing. The next step. One movement in the direction I am pointing. Just the first thing. One step toward me, and I will do the rest. Everything I described today, everything I have set in motion on your behalf, I will carry it through to completion. I do not begin things I do not finish. I do not bring someone to the edge of change and leave them there. Something was deposited in you in this moment. Not a feeling that will fade when circumstances press back in. A knowing, a shift in the foundational layer of what you believe is possible for your life. That shift is real. It is permanent. It is going to continue working in you long after this moment has passed. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, they are in my hands too. I am not working only in your corner. I am working in theirs. The things you have asked me for on their behalf have been received. Continue to bring them to me. I hear every prayer for those closest to your heart, and I am moving in their situations with the same intention I am moving in yours. The future I am walking you toward is not a modest upgrade of the past. It is new territory, ground that belongs to who you are now, built for this moment, and you are walking into it, one step at a time, with me beside you. Holding what you cannot hold, making what is impossible into what is real. Say, I am ready, if you are stepping into everything I have spoken over you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, I am asking you with all the weight of heaven behind my words. Do not turn away from this moment. Do not let your eyes grow heavy, and do not walk away before I have finished speaking. I know you are tired. I know you have heard many promises before, and I know how long you have waited until even hope itself began to feel like a burden. But you cannot skip this. What I am about to speak into your life is too important to miss. Something is happening around you right now that you cannot yet see. Two things are moving toward you at the same time. One is the answer you have been crying out for in the early hours when no one could hear you. The other is a danger, quiet and unexpected, that has been forming at the edges of your life. I am speaking now because of both. If you stay with me, you will receive the one and be guarded from the other. This is not a small matter. I am not talking about an ordinary blessing, the kind that comes and goes with the seasons. I am talking about the one you have been asking for, the one you have carried in your chest like a stone, the one you stopped mentioning out loud because it hurt too much to keep saying it. Hear me clearly. That answer is not lost. It has not been forgotten on some high shelf of heaven. I have been holding it, and I have been arranging every detail around it, every circumstance, every person, every open door, so that when it arrives, nothing can take it from you. The timing was never careless. It was exact. But I need something from you in this hour. I need your attention. I need your faith to be awake, not drowsy, not half-hearted, not divided between 100 worries. An answer that is not received with faith passes by like rain on hard ground. It falls, but nothing grows. I do not want that for you. I want the ground of your heart, soft and ready. The enemy of your soul understands what is at stake tonight. He sees what stands ready in the unseen world, and it terrifies him. That is why your mind keeps wandering. That is why sleep is pulling at you. That is why a voice inside keeps whispering that this can wait until tomorrow, that nothing will change, that you have heard it all before. That voice is not mine. I tell you the truth. There is a moment appointed for this word, and the moment is now. Not because my power fades tomorrow. My power fades never. But there are hours when heaven leans close to a single life, and this is one of those hours for you. Miss it, and you will still be loved, still be mine. But you will have walked past an open door without knowing it was open. Think back over your life for a moment. Remember the times you almost gave up, but something you could not name held you in place. Remember the nights you decided it was over and morning came anyway, and you rose anyway. Remember the moments you should have fallen and did not fall. That was not luck. That was my hand. Every one of those moments was a thread pulling you toward this one. You did not find this message by accident. I led you here. I stirred something in you before you understood what you were reaching for, and I set this hour aside long before you knew you would need it. When you felt yourself at the very end of your strength, I was already preparing what I would say to you now. So let the disappointments of the past step aside. They are real, and I do not dismiss them. You believed before and felt nothing change. You hoped before and watched the hope come back empty. I know, but do not let yesterday's closed doors convince you that every door is closed. The wounds of the past make poor prophets. They only know how to predict more of the same, and they are wrong about what is coming. I see the exhaustion behind your eyes. I see how heavy your heart has grown from carrying questions no one could answer. You have prayed and fasted and wept, and it seemed the sky was silent. You have asked in secret, "Is any of this real? Will anything ever actually change for me?" And I answer you now with all the authority of my throne. Yes, it is real. Yes, it is worth it. Yes, something is about to change. There is a reason you feel the way you feel, and I will show it to you before this word is finished. The heaviness you carry is not weakness, and it is not proof that you have been abandoned. Some of it is the weight of a long road. Some of it is a warning I have been sounding inside you. a signal you have not yet learned to read. Tonight I will teach you to read it. Stay with me then. Keep your heart open and your spirit still. In the moments ahead, I will show you what I have been doing in secret while you thought nothing was happening. I will show you why certain prayers seem to go unanswered. I will name the barriers that have stood between you and what I prepared, and I will break them. And I will warn you, plainly and in love, about what is quietly approaching, so that it never touches you. You are not here to be entertained. You are here because I called you, one soul, by name, into a meeting I arranged. Heaven is not speaking to a crowd right now. Heaven is speaking to you. Let that settle over you like a covering. Let it quiet the noise in your mind. The answer is closer than it has ever been. The warning has come in time. Nothing about this hour is random, and nothing about it will be wasted if you remain. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is awake and ready to receive. Now let me show you what you could not see. While you were living your days, facing your battles and holding yourself together in front of people who never guessed how hard it was, I was working, not resting, not delaying, working. Behind the curtain of the visible world, I was moving piece after piece into position, so that at the right moment, everything would align for you at once. I have been moving people. The help you need is already alive, already walking the earth, already carrying the answer that belongs to your situation. You have not met them yet, but I have been steering their steps and yours toward a single crossing point. The right person, the right place, the right hour. When your paths meet, you will call it chance. It will not be chance. I have been loosening provision. Resources that sat locked for years are being released. Streams of supply you never knew existed are being turned toward you. You will receive from directions that make no earthly sense, and you will know it was my hand because no other explanation will survive. I am the God who brings water out of rock. Lack does not intimidate me. I have been changing circumstances that looked permanent, problems that outlasted your prayers, situations so old you stopped bringing them to me, doors that stayed shut for years no matter how you knocked. I am dealing with them now. Some of what changes will change so quickly that you will hardly have time to be amazed before the next change arrives. And I have set my messengers around you, mighty ones, sent from my throne with orders that concern you by name. They do not sleep. They are not distracted. They fight battles in the unseen world that you will never have to know about, removing obstacles you never saw, closing off paths that would have harmed you, holding open the way I have chosen. Let me tell you what stands ready in the unseen world at this very hour. There are decrees written and sealed, orders from my throne that overturn impossible situations, and your name is on them. Your turnaround is not an idea I am considering. It is a command I have already given, waiting for the appointed moment of delivery. There is provision measured out and held in trust, enough for the need you pray about and more beyond it. There is healing prepared, restoration for what is worn and wounded in you, the kind of mending that reaches places no physician can reach. There are keys, cut for doors that have refused you for years, doors of opportunity, doors of relationship, doors of purpose. When those doors open, no one will be able to shut them. There are chains lying broken that once held you, chains of fear, of heaviness, of habits that kept circling back. In the unseen world, they are already snapped. What remains is for you to feel that freedom arrive in your days, in your body, in your mind, and you will feel it. And there is a robe, a new identity, dignity in place of shame, so you can stand as a child of the King and not as a beggar at the gate. All of this stands ready. So you may ask, why has it not come sooner? Hear this carefully, because I will not answer you with easy sayings. The timing was never about your worth. It was about position. The person who will open the first door for you was not yet standing where they needed to stand. The resource that will carry you was not yet loosed from the hands that held it. Certain doors could not open for you until other doors, ones you will never know about, had quietly closed. A harvest gathered before its time rots in the storehouse. A foundation loaded before it sets cracks under the weight. I do not insult you by pretending the long wait did not cost you anything. It cost you. I watched what it cost you, and I did not look away. But I would not hand you something built to last a lifetime one day before it could stand. I do not move by the clocks of men. I move by the calendar of heaven, and on that calendar, your moment is not overdue. It is exact, not one day early when the pieces were still scattered, not one day late when your heart might have hardened past receiving. Now, so understand what kind of moment you are standing in. The people are in place, the provision is loosed, the decrees are sealed, the messengers are positioned, the doors are unlocked. Heaven has done its part, and heaven waits on one thing only, a heart open enough to receive what has been prepared. This is why the pull to walk away has been so strong tonight. This is why distraction after distraction has clawed at your attention. Nothing fights this hard against an empty room. The resistance you feel is itself a witness that something real is at stake. Do not harden yourself against hope because hope has hurt you before. I know the reflex. You brace against believing so the fall will be shorter. But you cannot brace and receive at the same time. Open hands cannot make fists. I am asking you to open your hands. You have spent years asking me to move. I am telling you tonight, I have moved. I am moving now. The question of this hour is no longer whether I will act. The question is whether you will stand in the place where my action lands, awake, believing, with your face toward me. Remain in that place. Do not drift. In a little while I will show you the hidden things that have blocked your receiving, and I will deal with each one. But first, let your spirit answer heaven. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching the deep places of your spirit. Now I want to answer the question you have carried the longest. You have wondered whether your prayers ever reached me at all. You prayed in the dark when sleep would not come. You prayed behind a locked door so no one would hear your voice break. You prayed on lonely roads in whispers, in half-finished sentences, in silence when words ran out. My child, not one of those prayers fell short of my throne. Not one. The prayers you were ashamed of, the angry ones, the doubting ones, the ones that were more groan than speech, those reached me too. I did not grade them, I received them. A parent does not turn away a child because the child cried instead of speaking properly. I heard everything underneath your words, even the things you could not bring yourself to say. But you have asked, if you heard me, why did you not answer? Hear me now. I answered every prayer. What I did not always do was answer in the shape you expected, or on the day you circled in your heart. And so some of my answers passed by you unrecognized, like a friend in unfamiliar clothes. You prayed for that position and it went to another, and the refusal stung you. But I saw where that road led. It would have paid you in silver and cost you in things silver cannot buy back. I turned you from it because I have work for you that will not grind you down to earn your bread. What I have prepared will meet you at the right hour, and you will understand then why every other door stayed shut. You prayed for that relationship, and it came apart. And you carried the rejection like a wound that would not close. But I saw what you could not see from inside it. I saw who that person would become to you in 5 years, in 10. My love for you would not let you build a life on that ground. The loneliness that followed was bitter, I know. But bitter medicine is still medicine. You prayed for healing, and the sickness lingered, and you began to wonder whether I had the power or simply did not care. I have the power. I do care. And restoration is moving toward you, in the body and deeper than the body. Some mending I do in a moment, and some I do the way spring thaws a frozen field. Slowly, thoroughly, past all argument. Yours is coming. Do not let its pace convince you of its absence. You prayed for provision, and the numbers would not add up. And you sat with your accounts and your fear in the small hours. I watched you carry that weight, and I never once carried it lightly myself. But I was teaching you where your security lives, not in a sum, not in a harvest that can fail, in me. The one who learns that lesson can be trusted with plenty, because plenty will never own them. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart rest here for a moment, because I am not finished explaining. There is a difference between a prayer denied and a prayer held. Most of yours were held the way a wise father holds a letter until the child is old enough to read it. Held the way rain is held in the cloud until the seed is actually in the ground. Nothing you asked in faith was thrown away. It was kept, and what was kept is now being released. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Year after year, his life read like a story of a man forgotten. Yet every one of those years I was moving him closer to the palace, not further from it. The road made no sense until the day it suddenly made perfect sense. Your road is of the same kind. It will make sense all at once, and soon. Think of Hannah, who wept in the temple year after year with empty arms. Those around her misread her sorrow, and even the priest misjudged her at first. But her prayer had been heard from the beginning, and when the answer came, it was not merely a child. It was a prophet who would anoint kings. What I hold back, I return with interest. So do not measure my love by the length of your waiting. Measure it by this: you are still standing. The thing that should have broken you did not break you. The years that should have emptied you did not empty you, not completely. Or you would not be here now, listening, with something in your chest, still daring to hope. I preserved that ember. I would not let it go out. And understand this also: the silence you endured was never absence. I was closer in those nights than you have ever known. When you spoke into the dark and heard nothing, I was nearer than the dark. There are seasons when I keep silence the way a physician keeps still hands steady, not because he feels nothing, but because the work is delicate and he will not slip. That season is closing. The held answers are being released one after another, in an order I have chosen, so that each one strengthens you to receive the next. What comes first will steady you. What comes after will amaze you. And what comes last, you would not believe tonight if I told you plainly, so I will let it speak for itself when it arrives. But before any of it can rest in your hands, something in the way must come down. There are barriers, old ones, that have stood between you and what I prepared. You did not build them all yourself, but they stand in you nonetheless. In a moment, I will name them one by one, and then I will break them, because naming and breaking are two different mercies, and tonight you will receive both. Listen closely now, because I am about to show you why some who stand this close to their answer still walk away without it. The blessing can be ready, the hour can be right, and still a barrier inside the heart can hold everything at the door. I will not let that happen to you, so I will name each barrier plainly. The first barrier is doubt. Doubt is a wall built one question at a time. Is this real? Would it work for someone like me? Does he even see me? Each question laid like a brick year after year, until the wall stands so high you cannot see over it. The answer waits on one side, you stand on the other, and the wall pretends to be wisdom. The second barrier is unbelief, and it is not the same as doubt. Doubt asks questions. Unbelief has stopped asking. Unbelief says flatly, "This is for other people. It works for them, never for me." I tried once and I know how it ends. When you speak that way, you are not protecting yourself from disappointment. You are sending the answer away at the gate. The third barrier is fear, the fear of hoping again. You have been let down, and now hope itself feels dangerous, like a ledge you once fell from. So you keep your expectations low and call it being realistic. But hear me, that fear has never once protected you from pain. It has only made sure that when the blessing came near, your hands were already closed. Fear is not a shield. It is a lock, and you are on the wrong side of it. The fourth barrier is passivity. There are those who want the blessing but will not rise to meet it. They wait the way a stone waits, wishing without asking, wanting without declaring, hungry but never reaching for the bread. My kingdom does not move for the passive. It moves for the ones who knock until the door opens, who reach for the hem of the garment, who call out even when the crowd tells them to be quiet. The fifth barrier is distraction. Of all five, this one has grown strongest in your generation. The enemy has learned that he does not need to destroy you if he can simply keep you occupied. Scattered attention receives nothing, not because heaven withholds, but because the moment of receiving needs a heart that is present. Even tonight, he has tried again and again to pull your mind elsewhere. Notice that. It tells you what he fears. Now, my child, I will not name these barriers and leave them standing. Naming was mercy. Breaking is greater mercy. So receive what I do now. I break the barrier of doubt. Every brick of every unanswered question, I pull it down. In place of that wall, I set certainty. Not the certainty that you will never suffer, but the certainty that you are seen, held, and not forgotten. From this night, when the old questions rise, they will find the wall gone, and my voice standing where it stood. I break the barrier of unbelief. The lie that said this is for others and never for you, I strike it at the root. Who told you that you were the exception to my promises? That word did not come from me. You are not the one soul in all the earth my goodness passes over. The blessing is for you, not because you earned it, but because you are mine. I break the barrier of fear. The flinch in your heart that pulls back from hoping, I take it from you now. In its place I set courage, the kind that dares to expect good again. You will not be ashamed for having hoped. Write that down in your heart. You will not be ashamed for having hoped. I break the barrier of passivity. I set hunger in you where numbness lived. From tonight you will find yourself praying with an edge you had lost, asking with boldness, standing up on the inside. You will not sit at the edge of your own life watching to see what happens. You will step into it, because what I prepared must be taken hold of, and you will take hold. And I break the barrier of distraction. I give you back your focus. The scattered pieces of your attention, I gather them like a torn flock and bring them home. You will find quiet easier to enter. You will find my voice easier to hear. The noise will still exist, but it will no longer rule you. Feel what has shifted while I spoke. Something in your chest sits looser than it did. Something that pressed down has lifted its hand. That is not imagination. That is what it feels like when old walls come down after long years. Dust settling, light entering rooms that had forgotten light. Now the way between you and what I prepared stands clear. Nothing of the old blockade remains, and what heaven held in readiness begins to move toward you tonight. Some of it will reach you quickly. Some will arrive in steps, each one on time. But the direction is set, and it will not be reversed, because I do not tear down walls in order to rebuild them. Guard what I have done in you tonight. When doubt tries to lay its first new brick, refuse it out loud. When fear whispers that hoping is foolish, answer it with what you have heard from me this hour. The barriers fell by my hand, but keeping them down is work we do together. You watching, me strengthening day upon day. And now I must change my tone with you, not from love to anger, never that, but from comfort to warning. For I told you at the beginning that two things were moving toward your life. The first was the answer, and you now stand ready for it. The second is a danger, quiet and patient, and the hour has come for me to show it to you plainly, so that it never lays a hand on what I have just set free. Hear this as a father's warning, spoken not to frighten you, but to cover you. There is a danger moving quietly toward your life, and its quietness is its power. It does not announce itself. It does not arrive with thunder. It comes in small decisions, in moments of distraction, in the hours when you believe nothing important is happening. That is exactly why I am speaking of it now, while there is still time to step aside. You have felt it already, though you gave it other names. A pull you could not explain. A small unease in a familiar place. A thought you pushed down because it seemed ungrateful or unkind. Those were not moods, my child. Those were my signals. I've been reaching for your attention through them for longer than you know, and now I am setting aside signals and speaking plainly. Understand how this danger hides. It does not wear a stranger's face. It hides behind comfort and routine, inside habits you no longer examine, inside places where you feel most at ease. What is familiar is not always what is safe. The net is never laid in front of the bird's eyes. It is laid where the bird has landed 100 times before and stopped looking. There is a person near your life whose influence is not aligned with your good. I say this carefully, for I am not teaching you suspicion, and I do not call you to harden your heart against everyone you know. But notice how you feel after certain company. Lighter or heavier, clearer or more confused, closer to me or further away. That trace they leave behind them is a truer report than anything they say. Weigh the trace, not the words. There is also a pattern in you that this danger depends upon. You know the one. The way you trust too quickly when you are lonely. The way you rush when you feel pressure. The way you silence the small warning inside because you do not want to seem difficult, or because you fear losing what you might need to lose. The snare is shaped to fit the habit. Break the habit, and the snare closes on nothing. And mark this above everything else. A decision is approaching you. It will not look like danger. It will look like an opportunity, and it may even look like the answer to your prayers arriving at last. Something about it will press you to move quickly, and that pressure is precisely how you will know. What I send does not chase you with a whip. My gifts do not spoil in an afternoon. Learn the difference between two kinds of urgency, for one is mine and one is not. When I stir you, there is speed with peace in it, clarity that gathers as you move. When the other presses you, there is speed with confusion, a fog that thickens the faster you go, a voice hissing now or never. I am never in the fog. Anything that cannot wait for you to pray about it has already told you where it comes from. So when that moment arrives, and it will arrive looking ordinary, do this. Pause. Step back from the noise of it. Ask me openly and then be still long enough to notice what rises in you. If there is a quiet resistance underneath the excitement, a small, steady no beneath the loud yes, honor it. That resistance is not fear. It is discernment, and it is one of the sharpest gifts I have placed in you. Do not be moved by how good a thing appears, for appearance is the cheapest part of any offer. Eve saw that the fruit was pleasing to the eye. The eye is easily satisfied and easily fooled. Let your judgment rest deeper than your eyes. What is truly from me can bear your questions, your patience, and your prayer. What cannot bear them was never yours to take. There is also something you have been tempted to return to, something familiar that once cost you dearly. It has been calling to you lately, wearing softer colors than before, sounding more reasonable than it used to sound. I helped you out of it once. I am asking you now not to walk back through that door. The pull you feel toward it is not homesickness. It is the snare, patient as ever, remembering your name. I tell you all this before it happens, so that when it happens, you will not hesitate. The situation will feel ordinary, almost familiar, and only one small detail will sit wrong. That detail is your signal. Most pass it by because it seems too small to matter. You will not pass it by because tonight I have taught you what it means. And do not receive this warning with dread, my child. Receive it as proof of how carefully you are watched over. Many walk into the snare with no warning at all. You have been given yours in advance, spoken gently with time to spare. That is not the treatment of the forgotten. That is the covering of one who is dearly loved. I am not asking you to live watching your back. I am asking you to live watching my face, for those who watch my face see everything else in its true size. Fear will not be your guard on this road. Wisdom will. Fear jumps at every shadow and misses the real danger. Wisdom walks calmly and steps around it. You will not face any of this alone. I go before you into every room this danger could enter. I stand behind you at every door it could use. What I have shown you tonight has already begun to weaken it, for this kind of snare works only in the dark, and I have dragged it into the light. Speak the words, I trust you, if you are ready to walk where I lead. Now let me deepen what I have placed in you, for a warning heard once fades, but wisdom planted grows. I am calling you into stillness, and I know stillness has not been easy for you. Your days are loud, and your mind is louder. But it is in quiet that you hear me best, and it is in hurry that the snare does its finest work. So learn to be still, not as an escape from your life, but as the watchtower over it. When you slow down, you begin to notice what speed conceals. The small detail that sits wrong, the word that does not match the eyes that speak it, the offer that shines a little too brightly for what it claims to be. None of this is visible at a run. The still heart sees what the rushing heart walks past, and from tonight, yours will be the still heart. Learn also to tell your emotions apart from your knowing, for they are not the same voice. Emotions are weather. They rise and fall. They are stirred by a word, a memory, a poor night's sleep. But beneath the weather there is ground, a steady knowing I have set in you that does not shift with the sky. When a choice stands before you, do not ask only what you feel. Ask what you know beneath the feeling. The weather lies sometimes. The ground does not. This is the difference between reacting and responding. The one who reacts is moved by whatever moves, like a gate swinging in wind. The one who responds stands, considers, prays, and then moves once in the right direction. You have spent years reacting, and it has cost you. From this season on, you will respond. Where you once rushed, you will pause. Where you once ignored the whisper within, you will lean toward it and listen. Now hear me about the doors that have been closing in your life, for you have grieved some of them as losses. Not every closed door is a theft, my child. Some doors I close the way a father locks a gate at the cliff's edge. You stood on one side, pounding, asking why. I stood on the other side, holding the bolt, knowing what lay beyond. One day you will see what certain doors held back, and you will thank me for every one that would not open, and not everything that entered your life was meant to remain in it. Some people, some places, some works were given for a season, and their season has ended. Holding them past their time turns blessing into burden, the way manna kept overnight bred worms by morning. Release what is finished. You are not being stripped. You are being lightened for the road ahead, and the road ahead is long enough to be glad of it. Watch your surroundings as well, for places shape souls more than souls admit. There are rooms where your spirit settles and hears clearly, and rooms where it scatters like startled birds. There is company that leaves you stronger, and company that leaves you strange to yourself. In this season, choose deliberately. Go where your clarity increases. This is not isolation. It is stewardship of the one heart you have been given to guard. Your relationships will shift as you grow, and I want you prepared for it so it does not wound you. Some who walked with you will feel far away, not through quarrel, but because you are no longer walking in circles, and they still are. Others, new ones, will draw near, sent by me, recognizable by their fruit. Peace where there was tangling. Clearness where there was fog. Do not cling to the departing or bar the arriving. Let the shift happen. I am in it. Some will not understand you in this season, and you must make peace with that. They will ask why you stepped back from what you stepped back from, why you no longer run at the old pace, why you weigh things now that you once seized. You do not owe the whole world an explanation for obeying me. A tree does not argue with the wind about why it grows toward the light, and release once and forever the need to please everyone. That need has bent more souls off their path than open evil ever did, for it wears the face of kindness, while it quietly hands your life to other people's expectations. You can honor others without obeying them. When peace and approval part ways, and they will part ways, choose peace. It is my voice's favorite dwelling. Do not fear the moments of uncertainty that will still come, for growth does not end them. Uncertain is not the same as lost. In those moments, return to what you have learned this night. Pause. Be still. Ask me, Wait for the clearness before you move. You are not required to be perfect on this road. You are required to be awake, and wakefulness forgives many stumbles. Already you are not who you were. A year ago, the pressure would have moved you. The flattery would have held you. The familiar snare would have taken you a familiar way. Something has changed in how you stand. You feel it, that quiet firmness where there used to be a swaying. That is my work in you, and it is not temporary. It does not depend on your mood surviving the week. It is becoming who you are. There is strength growing in you now of a kind the world rarely honors and heaven greatly prizes. The strength to pause when others rush. The strength to step back when others push forward. The strength to hold your peace when everything shouts. This strength will not make you loud. It will make you steady, and in the days that are coming, steady will be worth more than loud has ever been. Guard then these three things as you go: your clarity, your peace, and your focus. When your peace is disturbed, treat it as a signal and step back to find what disturbed it. When your focus scatters, gather it again without shame. When your clarity fades, come back to stillness, and I will meet you there as I have met you tonight. These three are your lamps on the road. Keep them burning, and no darkness on the path will manage to surprise you. Now lift your head, my child, for I have saved the best of this word for last. Beyond the warning, beyond the barriers, beyond everything you are leaving behind, a new path is opening in front of you, and it is unlike any road you have walked before. When one way closes for your protection, I do not leave you standing in the field. Another way opens for your increase, and yours is opening now. You will feel it first as lightness, as though something you carried so long you forgot its weight has been lifted from your shoulders. Then you will notice your thoughts running clearer, your decisions coming easier, the fog thinning from questions that once kept you up at night. This is what alignment feels like, not fireworks, rightness, the quiet turn of a key in a lock that was cut for it, a life settling at last into its intended place. New opportunities will come to you in this season, and they will not feel like the ones you were warned about. What I send arrives with peace, even when it is large, even when it is new. It will not corner you or count down at you. It will bear your prayers and your patience, and it will still be standing there solid and open after you have tested it. That is how you will know my hand on it. Take those doors boldly when they come, for hesitation has no more claim on you. What you avoided and what is coming are not alike, so do not let the memory of the snare make you slow toward the blessing. One carried hidden hooks beneath a bright surface. The other carries open good with nothing beneath it but more good. You will feel the difference the way your hand knows warm water from cold. Awareness was never meant to make you afraid of every door. It was meant to make you free in the right ones. And I say to you plainly, what is ahead of you is greater than what is behind you. The best chapters of your story are not the ones already written. I know the plans I hold for your life, plans for peace and not for harm, to give you a future and a living hope. I do not speak such words loosely, and I have never once spoken them over you loosely. The provision I told you of will begin to find you. The people I have positioned will begin to appear, and you will recognize them by the peace they carry into a room. The work I shaped you for will start to take form, first in glimpses, then in steps, then in a road you can see stretching ahead. None of it will come all in 1 hour, for I build to last, not to dazzle. But it will come, piece upon piece, and nothing appointed to you will pass you by. You are also being made ready for weight, and I mean this as honor. The clearness you have gained is not only a shield for you, it will become a lamp for others. There are people ahead on your road not yet met, who will find their way because you learned yours. Lead them gently when they come. Give freely what you were freely given tonight. A well is not dug for its own sake. The ones you love and carry in prayer, I have not overlooked them either. Your loved ones are written into this same mercy. Some of what I do in you in this season, I am doing precisely so that it overflows to them in ways you will watch with your own eyes and marvel at. Keep lifting their names to me morning after morning, even when nothing seems to move. Not one of those prayers is idle, and some are closer to their answer than you would dare to guess. Walk in consistency now, for this is how everything I planted tonight becomes a way of life. Wakefulness is not a single night's act. It is a daily walking in the small choices, even more than the great ones. Return to stillness each day, even briefly. Keep choosing your company, your places, your thoughts with intention. What you practice will grow strong. What you neglect will grow faint. Practice what we built tonight. There will be days when you falter, and I tell you now, so the faltering never turns to despair. You will miss a signal here, rush a choice there, catch yourself sliding toward an old pattern. On those days, remember this hour, and remember that my patience with you is longer than your road. Correction is not rejection. Rise, adjust, and walk on. The one who gets up is never counted among the fallen. And when the answer arrives, and it will arrive, remember whose hand delivered it. Prosperity forgets more easily than hardship does. Let your plenty be as full of prayer as your lack was. Hold what I give you with open hands ready to bless with it, and it will multiply in your keeping. Held tightly, even a blessing withers. Held openly, even a little becomes enough, and then becomes more than enough. So go from this hour changed. You came to it weary, carrying questions, braced against hope. You leave it with the barriers broken, the warning received, the way cleared, and my word settled over your life like a covering that no season can wear through. Nothing that has been spoken tonight will fall to the ground. I watch over my word to perform it, and I have never lost a promise yet. I am with you. Not near you sometimes, with you always. In the decision that approaches, I am with you. In the doors now opening, I am with you. In the quiet mornings and the difficult afternoons and the nights that once felt endless, I am with you. And the nights will not feel endless much longer. Go now in peace, but go awake. Go gentle, but go strong. Let what you heard tonight walk with you into every room you enter, and let it be to you exactly what I intended it to be. Protection behind you, provision ahead of you, and my presence closer than your own breath, all your days. If you receive everything I have spoken over your life today, let your amen rise now as the final word.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
The hour has been chosen, not by accident, not by chance. And tonight the air around you carries something that has no ordinary explanation. You can feel it, even if you cannot name it. A stillness has settled in your space, deep and expectant, like the moment before dawn breaks across the dark. That is not your imagination. That is my presence drawing near. I have been watching you. Every step you have taken, every road you have walked when the weight felt unbearable, every night you lay down without answers and still rose the next morning to try again. I have seen all of it. Not one moment has been hidden from me. Not one prayer has fallen silent before it reached my hearing. You have carried more than most people know. You have endured more than you have ever spoken aloud. And tonight, I am here to tell you that heaven has not been silent. Heaven has been working. This moment is sacred. The one you are in right now. The one where these words are reaching your spirit. I did not bring you here without purpose. I do not move without reason. You were drawn to this hour because this hour belongs to you. It was written before you took your first breath. Before your name existed in any language of men, it was written in mine. And I speak it now over you with authority and love. What is approaching your life is not small. Do not let the quietness of this moment fool you into thinking nothing is happening. The most powerful things I do are done in silence. I built the foundations of the earth in stillness. I knit life together in the hidden places. And right now, in the unseen realm that stands behind everything you can touch and see, I am arranging what belongs to you. You have prayed. I know the words. I know the ones you whispered with faith. And I know the ones you barely managed to speak because grief had taken your breath. I know the prayers you offered up in the middle of the night when no one else was awake. I know the ones you repeated for years, the same request, the same longing, the same hope you refused to let die. That faithfulness is seen. It is recorded. And it is the reason tonight carries the weight that it does. This is not a coincidence. The people who arrive at this moment are not stumbling here by luck. They are the ones I have called, the ones whose seasons of waiting have finally reached their appointed end. You are one of them. Not because you are without fault, not because you have done everything right, but because I am a God who keeps His word, and I made a promise concerning your life long before you were old enough to ask for it. Feel the air around you. Something sacred has shifted. The walls of your home have witnessed prayers rise from your lips and lift toward heaven. And tonight those prayers are being answered, not slowly, but completely. Not partially, but in full. What I do with wholeness. What I restore with more than what was lost. That is my nature. That is the signature of my love. You may have felt strange in recent days, as though something was on the verge of changing, as though an invisible line was about to be crossed. That is because it is. You were not imagining it. I was preparing your spirit for what it was about to receive. I do not pour out what I have prepared without first making the vessel ready. I had to strengthen certain things in you. I had to settle certain truths inside you, so that when the blessing came, you would be able to carry it without fear. Do not dismiss what you are sensing tonight. The peace that is beginning to settle over you, the warmth you may feel in your chest, the unusual calm that seems to have no human explanation. These are signs, not of superstition, but of presence. My presence does not announce itself with noise and spectacle. It arrives the way dawn does, quietly, until the darkness has no choice but to give way. And that is exactly what is happening now. You are standing at the beginning of something new. The life that has felt stalled, the dreams that have sat waiting, the healing that has seemed just out of reach. This is the hour where all of it begins to move again. I have heard every word you have ever spoken to me in private, and my answer is not delayed anymore. Tonight, my hand moves on your behalf, and nothing in heaven or earth can stop what I have ordained to be released into your life. So draw in a slow breath right now. Let your shoulders drop. Let the tension you have been carrying begin to loosen. You do not need to carry it into this hour. This hour is mine, and in mine, there is room only for faith and for the sound of what is coming. There are things I see from where I stand that you cannot yet see from where you are. I see the end from the beginning. I see the completed picture when you are still looking at scattered pieces. What I see when I look at your life tonight is a turning, a door swinging open, a season that has been sealed finally breaking free. Something of great weight and great goodness is on its way. You have waited long enough for it. And tonight, the wait is over. Hear me now. The limit you set on what I can do does not change what I have already decided. My plans for you are not canceled by your disappointment. My promises are not weakened by the passage of time. They are alive. They are moving. And in this sacred hour, they are arriving. I want to speak to the waiting you have known. Not the surface kind of waiting where a few weeks pass and the answer comes. I mean the deep kind. The kind that stretches across seasons. The kind that makes you wonder if you have been forgotten. The kind where you watch others receive what you have been believing for, and you smile for them while quietly wondering when your turn will come. I know that waiting, and I need you to understand something about it. That waiting was not a punishment. It was never evidence of my rejection. Every day you waited was a day I was building. Building in the unseen what needed to be strong before it appeared in the seen. The roots of a tree grow long before the branches rise. You cannot see root work, but without it, nothing that rises will stand. I was doing root work in your life, deep, hidden, necessary work that no human eye could observe, and it was never wasted. You cried. I know. There were nights the tears came without warning, and you sat with grief you did not know how to name. There were mornings you had to choose to keep going when every feeling in you said there was no point. I watched every one of those moments. I was not distant. I was not looking away. I was closer to you in those moments than the air around you. My heart was moved by what you carried, and I kept record of every silent act of faith you performed. Faith does not always look like confidence. Sometimes faith looks like getting up one more time. Sometimes faith looks like praying a prayer you do not feel, because you have chosen to trust something beyond your feelings. Sometimes faith looks like holding on with bleeding hands and refusing to let go of what I placed in your heart. That is the faith that moves me most, the quiet, persistent, painful kind. And that is exactly the kind you have walked in. You did not give up on me. You could have. There were reasons to walk away. The answers did not come on your schedule. The pain was real. The silence was long. And still, you stayed. Still, you spoke my name. Still, you believed that what I promised would come to pass. That is not a small thing. That is the testimony of a soul that has been proven, and I do not take it lightly. In the book of Job, a man lost everything he had in a single season of storm. He had done nothing wrong. He was a good man, a faithful man, a man who honored my name, and yet the darkness came and stripped what he had built. His companions told him to curse me and give up, and yet he would not. He held on. He cried out. He refused to surrender his faith. And at the appointed time I stepped in and gave him twice what he had lost. That is the God I am. I do not lead faithful ones through the fire and leave them there. The fire has a purpose, and then the fire ends. My precious one, your fire is ending. The season that tested you to your limit has reached its final day. I am not prolonging this any further. What I withheld to protect you, I am now releasing because you are ready. What felt like delay was actually the time I needed to prepare what could not be rushed. The blessing that is coming to you was not small enough to be hurried. It required space and time to be made complete. And now it is complete. And now it comes. Declare your amen if you believe this word is for you. Hear me carefully now. The things that happened in your past, the losses, the betrayals, the doors that closed, the seasons that broke your heart, those things were not the end of your story. They were chapters. Hard chapters. Honest chapters. Chapters you never would have chosen. But they are chapters, not conclusions. The story is still being written, and the chapter you are stepping into now bears no resemblance to what came before. I am a God of new things. When I say I make all things new, I mean all. Every broken place, every dried up well, every darkened corner of the life you thought you had lost. I remember the prayer you prayed when you were at your lowest, the one you prayed when no one else was in the room, the one where you told me exactly how tired you were, and you asked me if I was still there. I was there. I heard it word by word, and I said in that moment, this one is not going to be left. This one has held on longer than most. This one deserves an answer that matches the measure of their faith. And I began to prepare what I am now delivering. Rest in that. Let it settle into you like rain into dry ground. You are not forgotten. You were never forgotten. The delay was the preparation. The silence was the deep breath before the declaration. And the declaration is this: your season has turned. What was withheld is now being released. What was closed is now opening. What was broken is now being made whole. This is not a promise for a future season. This is now. Right now. In this moment, the tide of your life has shifted. Think of David. He was anointed king when he was still tending sheep on a hillside. He received the word of his calling and then went back to the field. Years passed. He faced giants. He lived in caves. He ran from the one who wanted him dead. And yet not one promise I spoke over him fell to the ground. Every word I declared over his life arrived in its fullness at the appointed time. I am the same God. And the words I have spoken over you will not fall to the ground either. I am telling you tonight that you have endured what was necessary. The wilderness has an end. The desert has a border, and you have walked to the edge of it. The promised land is not a dream deferred. It is the next step, and I have already prepared it to receive you. There is a world you cannot see with your natural eyes. It exists alongside the one you move through every day. It is the realm where my purposes are carried, where prayers are held, where the assignments of heaven are executed. And tonight, I want you to know what has been happening in that realm on your behalf. I sent my messengers ahead of you. Long before this hour arrived, I dispatched heaven's servants to your path. They cleared what was blocking the way. They stood against the forces that tried to shut the door that I intended to open. Every attack that seemed to succeed against you, every setback that seemed permanent, every wall that seemed impossible to cross. There was a battle happening behind those things, and the battle was not going the way your circumstances suggested. Heaven was winning. Heaven was always winning. The enemy of your soul made calculations about your life. He studied the patterns of your pain and concluded that you were broken beyond recovery. He decided that if he struck in the same places enough times, your faith would finally collapse. He measured the length of your waiting and assumed that silence would eventually hollow out your trust. He was wrong. He underestimated you, and he underestimated me, because I was watching over you and I never allowed what was sent against you to be more than you could bear. My promise to you has always been this: the trial will not exceed the one who faces it. I calibrate. I do not let my children be overwhelmed beyond what my strength inside them can sustain. Every time the pressure intensified, so did my grace over your life. You may not have felt that grace in the way you expected, but it was there. It held you when you thought you were falling. You are still standing. That is not an accident. Many people have faced what you have faced and did not come through it with their faith intact. You did. You are here. You are still holding on to what I placed in your heart. That is evidence of my grace operating in you. You did not do it alone. I kept you. I protected something in you that the darkness tried again and again to extinguish, and it never went out. Say yes if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Now hear this. Because heaven has been fighting on your behalf, the ground that was taken from you in previous seasons is being reclaimed. What the enemy stole from you, my hand is recovering it. Peace that was taken, returning. Joy that was stolen, coming back. Relationships that were broken by lies and bitterness, my hand is moving on those as well. I am not a God who leaves the battlefield with a partial victory. I pursue restoration to its completion. In the days of old when my people had been plundered, I spoke a word through my servant Joel. I said, I would restore the years that the locust had eaten. Think of what that means. Not just the current season. Not just what was taken last month or last year. The full span. The accumulated losses. The years of drought. The years where the harvest never came. All of it. That is the scope of what I am releasing over your life. Not a partial restoration. A full one. The messengers I sent before you have completed the advance work. The path is clear. The obstacles that stood between you and what belongs to you have been moved. You will begin to notice things shifting around you in ways that have no logical explanation. A situation that was stalled for years will suddenly move. A door that was firmly shut will open without warning. An opportunity will present itself that seems to come from nowhere. Those are not coincidences. Those are the results of what was prepared for you in the unseen. Do not be afraid of sudden change. Some people pray for change and then become uneasy when it actually begins to happen. Do not let that be you. What is shifting around you is shifting for your good. Every rearrangement is intentional. Every unexpected development is part of what I have designed. Trust the movement. Trust the process. Trust the God who is doing the moving. I am bringing back what you thought was gone forever. I am opening up what you had stopped hoping for. And I am doing it with more abundance than you asked for, because that is who I am. I do not give minimums. I give out of the fullness of what I hold, and what I hold is without limit. The measure you receive is determined by the faith you carry and the readiness of your vessel. Your vessel has been made ready. Your faith has been tested and found true. The measure you are about to receive is not small. So lift your head right now. Let the posture of your spirit rise. You have been bowed under the weight of this long season, and I understand why. But that posture belongs to the season that is ending. The one beginning requires you to stand, to look forward, to open your hands and your heart to what is coming. What I am bringing to you cannot enter a closed space. Open, be open, and receive what has already been sent. My servants have been stationed around your home, not as a symbol, in truth. They are there, the place where you rest and rise, the place where your prayers have been spoken. That place carries the weight of heaven's attention tonight. It has been marked. There is an invisible covering over the roof above you, over the threshold you walk through, over the ground beneath your feet. Heaven has claimed your dwelling as a place of divine exchange. What leaves tonight is the weight. What enters is the promise. And the trade is permanent. Now I want to speak to you about what it means to sow in faith. Throughout history, my greatest movements have always been preceded by an act of trust that looked foolish to human logic. Noah built a vessel for a flood that had never come before. Abraham raised a knife over the thing he loved most. The widow at Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a prophet when she and her household were preparing to die. These were not reckless acts. They were sacred ones. They were moments where a person put their complete trust in my word above every circumstance around them. And every time I responded with the fullness of what I had promised. I have placed a desire in your heart to support the work of my word in the earth. That desire is not coincidence. It is a calling. When you give from that place, you are not simply releasing something from your hands. You are placing it on the altar before me. The altar has always been where exchange happens. The widow who gave her 2 coins gave more than the wealthy man who gave from his surplus, because she gave from her trust. That is the measure that moves heaven, not the size, the trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I see the needs you carry, the ones that feel too heavy to mention and too large to fix by your own hand. I see what you need for your home, for your table, for those who walk through life alongside you. I see the weight of provision that has felt scarce, the doors of opportunity that have felt closed, the season of financial narrowing that has worn you thin. And I am telling you now, that season has reached its end. What was tight is about to open. What was scarce is about to be filled. My word declares that I will open the windows of heaven over those who trust me with what they hold. That is not a metaphor for something vague and distant. It is a declaration of my specific intent toward you. I do not make promises casually. Every word I speak carries the weight of my nature behind it. When I say I will provide, I provide. When I say I will open, I open. And the provision that is coming to your life will not be small. It will be the kind that brings rest. The kind that allows you to extend your hand to others and become a channel of blessing yourself. There is a woman in the scriptures whose name you know, Ruth. She left everything that was familiar to her. She walked into a land she did not know, with nothing but loyalty and faith. She gleaned from the edges of fields that were not her own, taking what the harvest left behind. She had no guarantee of what tomorrow held, and yet I saw her. I moved the heart of a man of means toward her, and by the time the story closed, she had gone from gleaning at the edge to sitting at the center of the harvest. From nothing to abundance, from outsider to covered and belonging. That is what I do with those who trust me with an empty hand. Your hand may feel empty tonight. Your resources may feel stretched beyond what they can bear. But what you offer in faith is multiplied in my hands. The same way 5 loaves and 2 fish fed a multitude, and left 12 baskets more than what was there at the beginning. I do not work with the same mathematics that governs the natural world. What you give to me comes back to you in a measure you cannot predict, and in a timing that will leave you without doubt that I was the one who moved. The altar has always been the place of breakthrough in my story with humanity. Isaac was conceived after Abraham stood at the altar in total surrender. Solomon received wisdom beyond measure the morning after he offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the heights of Gibeon. Elijah called down fire on a sacrifice that had been drenched with water until every doubt the watching crowd had was silenced in a single holy moment. The altar is not where you lose something. It is where you release what you are holding too tightly so that I can place something greater in your hands. This is the moment of exchange, not pressure, not obligation. It is an invitation to place something in my hands and watch what I do with it. The one who gives in faith is not giving something away. They are planting. And everything that grows from that planting belongs to them. This is the law of my kingdom. It has never changed. It will not change for you. So if your heart is stirred right now, let that stirring be your guide. I do not manufacture false urgency. What you feel in this moment is real. It is the pull of purpose meeting the call of faith. And when you respond to it, you are not just sowing a seed. You are aligning yourself with the current of my generosity. That current carries no lack. It carries no limit. It carries only the abundance that flows from a heart that is unlimited and a hand that is open toward you. I said in my word, give and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over, poured into your lap. That is the return I promise to those who give in faith. Not a trickle, not a partial measure, an overflow. And an overflow is exactly what your life is about to experience. My beloved, I want to talk to you now about what this miracle actually looks like when it arrives. People sometimes expect the sky to split open, a voice like thunder to shake the walls, fire to fall from above. Those things have happened in my history with humanity, and they carry weight. But most of what I do arrives differently. It arrives quietly. It arrives with the texture of the ordinary, and then suddenly the ordinary is transformed into something you cannot explain. It may arrive as a thought that gives you a direction you had not considered. A thought so clear and so settled that you know it did not originate in you. It may arrive as a message from someone you had not heard from in some time, carrying words that open something you had stopped trying to open. It may arrive as a feeling of peace so complete that the thing which has been keeping you awake at night suddenly loosens its grip. You will know it is mine because it will carry peace rather than fear. Everything I bring to you comes with peace as its signature. Declare I receive this if your heart is open to what I am releasing tonight. The miracle does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it is a door opening in a situation that was sealed for years. Sometimes it is a burden lifting from your chest at 3 a.m, and you fall into the deepest sleep you have had in months. Sometimes it is a kindness from a stranger that carries the exact word you needed at the exact moment you needed it. These are not small things. These are the fingerprints of my hand on the surface of your life. Do not minimize what seems small. The greatest breakthroughs in the stories of my people often began with something quiet, a still small voice to a prophet who was hiding in a cave, a burning bush at the edge of a shepherd's field, an angel's greeting to a young woman in an ordinary house in an ordinary town. I work in the small and quiet, and then the small and quiet becomes the hinge on which the whole story turns. Your healing is one of those things. Not just the healing of your body, though I am attentive to that as well. I mean the deeper healing. The healing of how you see yourself. The healing of the places where rejection left a mark. The healing of the wounds that were carved into you by people who should have been safe. Those places are not hidden from me. They are the very places my hand is moving toward tonight, pressing gently, restoring carefully, making whole what was fractured. I do not rush healing. I am thorough. I do not want you to be almost whole. I want you to be completely whole. And the work I do tonight is the beginning of that completion. Some of it will happen in a moment. Some of it will unfold over days and weeks as you begin to notice that the old ache has gone quiet. As you begin to notice that a name or a memory that used to cause pain is no longer sharp. As you begin to notice that you are moving through your days with a lightness you have not felt in a long time. That is healing from my hand. It comes the way spring comes. You do not see it arrive. You just step outside one morning and notice that the frost is gone and the ground is soft and something is beginning to grow. Quietly, thoroughly, completely. I am also healing the way you see the future. There are fears you have carried about what is ahead. Fears about provision. Fears about safety. Fears about those you love. I know each one of those fears by name. Tonight I'm speaking directly into them. Not to dismiss them, but to replace them with the deep certainty that comes from knowing who I am and what I have promised. I have not brought you this far to abandon you at the doorstep of your breakthrough. I do not invest seasons of work into a life and then step back at the final hour. That is not who I am. What I begin, I complete. What I promise, I fulfill. And what I have promised over your life is good. It is more than you have allowed yourself to imagine. And the imagination I gave you was designed to hold large things. So let it open tonight. Let the small expectations that fear has kept you within begin to expand. Let yourself believe again that the best is not behind you. The best is ahead. The years that were consumed in waiting and struggle were not the peak of your story. They were the valley that made the height of what is coming possible. You are ascending now. You may not feel it yet with your feet, but the ground beneath you is rising. And the view from where I am taking you will be more than worth every step of the climb. The peace you are beginning to feel in this moment is not temporary. It is a foundation being laid. A peace that is not dependent on your circumstances remaining stable, because I am teaching you to rest in me rather than in what you can see and control. That is the peace I promised in my word, the kind that surpasses every human attempt to understand it, the kind that keeps your heart steady when everything around you is in motion. That peace is settling into you right now. Let it in. Let it go deep. Let it take root. Your identity is being restored alongside your circumstances. The two always move together. I do not fix the outside while leaving the inside untouched. I begin with what is deepest, and what is deepest in you is a spirit made in my image, created for purpose, designed for abundance and love and service and joy. That spirit has been pressed and tested and tried, but it was never broken, and tonight it is rising into the fullness of what it was always meant to be. This is more than a miracle of provision. This is a miracle of becoming. There are people in your life who need what is happening in you tonight. I want to speak about them, because this miracle was never only for you. What I do in one life always ripples outward. That is the design of my love. It is never contained. It always overflows. Those you love and carry in your heart and in your prayers, I see them. I know their names. I know their struggles. I know the worries you hold about their futures and their well-being. You have brought them before me so many times. You have asked me to protect them, to provide for them, to lead them safely. Those prayers have been received, every one of them. And what I am releasing into your life tonight includes what they need as well. I do not answer prayers in isolation. When I move on your behalf, I move on the behalf of everyone connected to your faith. Your prayers have been building something in the unseen, not just for yourself, but for those you love. What you have been sowing in intercession, you will see bearing fruit in their lives as well. Relationships that seemed irreparably broken will find a path toward restoration. Needs that seemed impossible to meet will be met in ways no one planned. People you have been praying for in the dark will step into light in their own time and their own way. I am the God of the prodigal's father. I am the one who watched the road and ran when I saw the returning figure in the distance. That is how I love those you carry in your prayers. I am already watching for their return. I am already preparing the welcome. Your faith has been the prayer that kept the road open, and I will honor it. I want to speak now about the relationships in your life that have been marked by pain. Betrayal has a particular kind of sting. When it comes from someone you trusted, someone you opened yourself to, the wound goes deeper than ordinary hurt. I know you have carried some of those wounds. I know the names of those who caused them. And I am not asking you to pretend the pain did not happen. I am not asking you to act as though what was done was acceptable, but I am asking you to release it into my hands. Because what they intended for harm, I can turn to good. That is not a hollow promise. I proved it in the life of Joseph, a man thrown into a pit by his own brothers, sold to strangers, falsely accused and imprisoned. Years of injustice, years of waiting in a darkness, not of his making. And yet, not one word I had spoken over his life was canceled by the cruelty of others. At the appointed time, every promise was fulfilled. And when he stood before the brothers who had wronged him, he was able to say, "You meant this for evil, but God meant it for good." That is the testimony I am writing over your life. What was meant to destroy you did not succeed. What was meant to end your story became part of the plot that leads to the most powerful chapter. The enemy of your soul thought he was writing the conclusion. He was only setting up the context for my intervention. Let go of the weight of what was done to you, not because it did not matter, but because carrying it is costing you something you need for where you are going. The strength that has been tied up in holding on to old wounds is being freed tonight. And that freed strength will be redirected toward the future I have prepared. You need every bit of it for what is ahead. And what is ahead is worth everything. Speak this aloud if you are ready to walk forward into what I have prepared for you. I want to tell you something about the people you will encounter in this new season. They will not all look like what you expected. Some of the greatest instruments of blessing in your life will arrive unannounced. They will come without the credentials you thought you were looking for, from directions you were not watching. Stay attentive. Stay open. Do not disqualify what I send because it does not match the picture you had imagined. My provision often arrives in the disguise of the unexpected. There will also be those whose time in your life has come to a natural close. The shifting that is happening around you will make some separations feel clear and right, and you will know in your spirit that they are necessary. Do not resist them. Not every person who has walked with you through the wilderness is meant to walk with you into the promised land. Some were companions for a season. Honor that season. Release them with peace. And trust that what I bring in to replace what departs will exceed what was there before. Your circle is being refined, not reduced. What appears to be a narrowing is actually a deepening. The relationships that remain and the ones that arrive will carry greater purpose, greater loyalty, and greater love than what the former season held. Quality is rising where quantity is decreasing. And in that rising, you will find the connection and belonging you have been longing for. This is restoration at every level, not just the outside circumstances being set right. The whole of your life, the inside and the outside, the private and the visible, the emotional and the practical. I am a thorough God. I leave nothing unattended. Not one part of you has been overlooked. Every dimension of your life is included in what I am doing. The word the prophet Isaiah carried said that I would give beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. That is not poetry for its own sake. That is a precise description of the exchange I make. Ashes are what remains when fire has passed through. They are the evidence of what was lost. And I take even that, even the evidence of the worst of what happened, and I exchange it for beauty. So, the very thing that should be the reminder of your pain becomes the foundation of your testimony. I do not waste even the ashes. My precious child, we have walked a long road together, you and I. I have seen every version of you, the one who was full of hope and the one who was barely holding on, the one who ran toward me and the one who was too exhausted to move. I have known every corner of you, and I have never once stepped back. You have never been too broken for my love or too lost for my reach. That has always been true, and it will always be true. The new season you are stepping into is not a reward for perfection. It is a gift given in love by a Father who sees not just who you are right now, but who you are becoming. I see the whole of you across all of time. I see the courage that is still forming in you. I see the capacity for compassion that is deepening in you because of what you have walked through. I see the wisdom being laid in you like a slow and patient river, carving its channel through stone. You are not finished. You are being completed. And what is being completed is magnificent. I want you to understand something about the anointing that is resting on you now. Anointing is not something you earn by achieving a standard. It is something I place on a life that I have chosen to carry, my purposes into the world. Moses was anointed in the burning bush in the middle of the wilderness, not in the palace. David was anointed on a hillside, standing in the smell of sheep before anyone knew his name. Gideon received his calling while hiding in a winepress, afraid and unseen. I do not wait for you to arrive at a polished, confident version of yourself before I anoint you. I anoint you in the middle of where you are. And the anointing does the transforming. You have been anointed to carry something into every space you enter. A presence, a peace, a quality of stillness and strength that other people will feel without being able to name. Rooms will shift when you walk into them, not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who I am in you. That is the nature of my anointing. It moves outward from the vessel. It touches what you touch. It speaks through your words without you having to try to make it happen. It is given. It is permanent. It is already at work. People will come to you in the days ahead who are standing in the places you have stood. They will carry the same weight you carried, asking the same questions you asked, and you will be able to look them in the eye and tell them with the authority of lived experience that it is true. That the silence breaks, that the waiting ends, that the God who promises is the God who delivers. Your testimony will be the evidence someone else needs to hold on for one more day. And I trusted that responsibility to you on purpose. Share what I have done in you, not to perform, but because living water is meant to flow. Every word of hope you speak out of what you have received will carry the authority of heaven behind it. It will not just be words. It will be truth, confirmed by experience. And truth confirmed by experience is the most powerful thing you can offer another soul. The light that has entered your life in this hour will not fade when morning comes. It is not a feeling that rises and falls with your circumstances. It is a settled truth, a covenant reality, a promise sealed in my own nature. You are seen. You are known. You are loved without limit. You are covered by a grace you did not earn and cannot lose. You are moving into a season where that truth becomes visible, not just to you, but to everyone around you. Do not return to the old way of seeing yourself. Do not pick up the old measurements and apply them to who you are now. That version of you is behind you. The one walking forward carries something different, carries the mark of what I have done, carries the peace that endures, carries the authority that comes from having been through the fire and walked out the other side. You are different now. Walk like it. Speak like it. Expect like it. The road ahead is not without its challenges. I will not pretend to you that every day from here will be easy. But I will tell you this with certainty. You will not walk any of it alone. I will be before you on the road, preparing what you have not yet encountered. I will be behind you, guarding what you have already passed through. I will be beside you in the moments that feel impossible. And I will be within you, providing the strength that surpasses what you could generate on your own. You are surrounded. You are accompanied. You are never, not even for a single breath, on your own. Let what has been spoken settle into the deep places. Let it become the ground you stand on rather than the thought you think. Truth heard is good. Truth inhabited is transformation. I am not giving you a temporary lift. I am building something permanent in you. And what I build, no storm can take down. Rest now in what is yours. The miracle is not coming. It has arrived. The blessing is not on its way. It is here, in this moment, in this breath, in the quiet certainty that has been growing in you as these words have reached your spirit. This is your turning point. This is your hour, and I have been saving it for you. My beloved, go now and carry the light that has touched you tonight into every corner of your life. Speak it to those who need it. Live it in front of those who are watching. And when you look back from the place where I am bringing you, you will see that this was the night where everything changed. Say amen and receive it, because what I have spoken over your life today is already done.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, hear me now, because I will not soften what must be said. Something is coming tonight, and it will shake a part of your life you thought was settled. This is not a passing word. This is urgent, and it is meant for you alone. I have called to you again and again. You felt it in the quiet moments that pull inside your chest, and you pushed it away. You told yourself it was nothing. You filled the silence with noise so you would not have to answer me. But I do not stop speaking simply because you stopped listening. Understand why my voice carries this weight tonight. It is not anger. I am not speaking against you. I am speaking for you. Time is tightening around a matter in your life, and I refuse to let you walk into it blind. What unfolds in the coming hours will either become a blessing or a burden, and the difference lies in how you receive what I am telling you now. You have felt a strange heaviness lately. You could not name it, but it followed you through your days and pressed on you at night. Hear me. That heaviness is not fear. It is awareness. It is my hand preparing your heart for what you could not yet see. I see what forms behind the walls of your life, and I am calling you before it arrives. There are movements around you that you have not noticed, decisions being made where you cannot hear them, intentions taking shape in hearts you cannot fully see into. I know every one of them. Nothing that happens tonight will happen outside my sight, and nothing will catch me by surprise, even if it catches you. So slow down. Set aside what occupied you and listen with your whole heart. This is not a small warning tucked into an ordinary hour. What is coming carries weight, and it will bring hidden things into the light. Some of what is revealed will bring you relief. Some of it will sit uncomfortably in your spirit. All of it is necessary. I am not trying to frighten you. I am trying to wake you. There is a difference between fear and awakening, and you must learn it tonight. Fear scatters you. Awakening gathers you. Fear makes you run from the truth. Awakening lets you stand inside it without breaking. You have been asking for change. Perhaps you never said it aloud, but I heard it all the same. It lived in the way you sighed when no one was near. It lived in the restlessness you could not explain, the sense that your life had drifted from its course. You wanted something to move. You wanted something to finally break open in your favor. Tonight is connected to that desire, but it will not arrive the way you imagined. You pictured change coming gently, like a door swinging open. Sometimes it comes like a stone dropped into still water. Sometimes the path to your breakthrough begins with something that shakes your comfort and forces your eyes open. Do not despise the shaking. It is the beginning of the answer. I have watched you carry burdens in silence. You smiled where it was expected. You said you were fine when you were not. You held yourself together in front of others and came apart quietly when the day was done. I saw all of it. Not one hidden hour escaped me. I know the thoughts that circle you late at night, the questions about direction, the wondering whether your effort matters, the fatigue that sits deeper than sleep can reach. I am not distant from any of this. I have been closer to you in those hours than you dared to believe. That is why I am speaking with such force now. I refuse to let you meet what is coming without understanding what it means. A shepherd does not whisper when the flock drifts toward a cliff in the dark. He raises his voice. My voice is raised tonight because you are precious to me, not because you have failed me. There is a situation near you that has not been fully revealed. It may involve a person. It may involve a decision. It may involve a truth that has been kept from you, deliberately or not. Tonight, something about it comes into the light, and once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it. You may feel surprised. You may feel shocked. Let the feeling pass through you without ruling you. Remember what I am telling you in this hour. Nothing revealed tonight is outside my knowledge. I permitted it to surface now, because now is when you are strong enough to face it. Do not react out of fear when things begin to unfold. Stay calm. Stay rooted. Fear will urge you to act quickly, to speak sharply, to decide in haste. Wisdom will tell you to be still and let the truth finish arriving. Choose stillness. I am with you in it. What feels shocking is not sent to harm you. It is sent to redirect you. It is a turning of the road, not a collapse of the road. If this truth had stayed buried longer, it would have cost you far more than the discomfort of seeing it now. I am sparing you a deeper wound by allowing a smaller one. You have ignored your inner knowing before. You felt the quiet resistance in your spirit and talked yourself out of it. You let others explain away what you sensed. That is why I speak louder now. Tonight, when that knowing rises in you, trust it. I placed it in you for this very hour. Hold this close as the evening deepens. There is a blessing folded inside this moment, even if it does not look like one at first. What shocks you can also free you. What disrupts you can open a door you could never have found on your own. You are being positioned, not punished. Declare your amen out loud if you believe my word is reaching you tonight. Now let me tell you how it will begin. The first sign will seem small, almost easy to miss if you are not paying attention. A conversation that feels slightly off, a word that arrives unexpectedly, a feeling that rises stronger than it should. These are not accidents. They are signals, and I am guiding your attention toward them. Pay attention tonight, not with anxious watching, but with a settled alertness. Notice what is said around you. Notice what is not said. Notice your own reactions, because even they will teach you something. Everything that happens in these hours carries meaning, and each piece is pointing you toward a new direction. There is someone connected to your life whose intentions have not been clear. You may have trusted them fully, or you may have felt a quiet unease and chosen to set it aside because looking closer felt too costly. Tonight, something about that connection comes into focus, and when it does, you will see them as they are, not as you hoped they were. Do not be afraid of this. Clarity about a person is not cruelty, it is protection. I am not showing you this to break your heart. I am showing you so that your trust can finally rest where it is deserved and be withdrawn from where it is not. I know that part of you resists this. You have grown comfortable with certain people and certain arrangements, even the ones that quietly drained you. Comfort can be a kind master and a worse jailer. It keeps you in rooms you were meant to leave. What feels shocking tonight is the sound of a lock opening, not a door slamming. I am removing what does not belong in your future. Hear that plainly. Not everything near you is meant to travel with you. Some things were given for a season to teach you, to sharpen you, to reveal you to yourself. When their purpose is finished, I let them fall away. Do not stitch back together what I am unfastening. And there is something else stirring, not around you, but within you. You have held back your voice for a long time. You swallowed your truth to keep the peace. You made yourself smaller so others would stay comfortable. Tonight will stir the part of you that refuses to stay silent any longer. That inner shift matters as much as anything happening outside you. A hidden truth revealed in the world means little if the truth inside you stays buried. Both are rising tonight. Let them rise together. When things begin to unfold, expect your emotions to arrive all at once. Confusion and relief. Fear and a strange, unexplainable peace. This mixture is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is what truth feels like when it first lands. Truth shakes the ground before it steadies it. Do not run from these feelings. Do not pour them into distraction or bury them under busyness. Let them move through you like weather. They are guiding you toward a deeper understanding of your path, and they will settle sooner than you think. Remember this as the night continues. You are not being punished. You are not being abandoned. I know how quickly your mind reaches for those explanations when life shakes. Put them down. What is happening is a process, and the process is drawing you closer to where you are meant to stand. Even the parts that feel uncomfortable are working for your good. I do not waste discomfort. I do not spend your pain cheaply. If I allow a night like this, it is because what it produces in you outweighs what it costs. You. There is a pattern in your life that breaks tonight. You have lived inside it so long that you stopped seeing it. It wears different faces, this pattern. Sometimes it looks like the same kind of person arriving with a different name. Sometimes it is the same disappointment wearing new clothes. The shape repeats, and each time it repeats, it holds you a little longer. Tonight you will see the pattern clearly for the first time. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That is how change truly begins. Not with effort first, but with sight. A man cannot leave a maze he does not know he is standing in. You have asked me for answers in your lost moments. You wondered why certain doors kept closing no matter how hard you pushed. Why certain feelings would not leave no matter how you reasoned with them. Why the same ending kept finding you. Tonight is connected to those questions. What is revealed will begin to answer them. The understanding will not come all at once. I rarely hand you the whole answer in a single hour, because you were not built to carry it that way. It will form gradually, the way light fills a room at dawn. But it will form, and you will know it is from me. I am asking you to trust me through the parts that do not yet make sense. Trust is not the same as having answers. Trust is believing that I see what you cannot, and that I love you enough to act on what I see. Hold that trust tonight, and you will find steadiness in hours that would once have undone you. There is also an opportunity hidden inside this moment. It will not look obvious at first, but whenever something false is removed, space opens for something true to enter. Whenever a hidden thing is revealed, ground is cleared for building. The new thing meant for you is already moving toward you. The old had to be cleared first. You have been stronger than you realize. You have faced things that could have broken you, and here you stand, still listening for my voice. That same strength will carry you through whatever unfolds tonight. You will not fall apart. I will not allow it. As the hours pass, guard your thoughts. Fear will try to distort what you see, stretching shadows into monsters. Refuse it. Stand on what is real. I am with you. I am ahead of you, and nothing tonight escapes my hand. If this word is reaching your spirit, say, I believe, and let heaven hear it. Something else is happening beneath the surface of this night. A release has begun in your life. Something you have gripped for too long is losing its hold on you. It may be a thought you kept rehearsing, a belief about yourself that was never true, a connection that stopped feeding you long ago. Tonight, that release becomes visible. Do not resist what needs to leave, even when it feels familiar. Familiarity is not the same as belonging. Your hands were made to hold what I am giving, not to clutch what I am taking. When you release what is no longer meant for you, you make room for what is. Empty hands are not a loss. They are readiness. There is a truth about your own life that you have sensed but never fully accepted. You have circled it for months, maybe years, glancing at it and looking away. Tonight brings it close enough that looking away stops working. This is not to overwhelm you. It is to end the exhaustion of pretending. Once you accept what is real, a clarity you have been missing will settle over you like morning air. You are also approaching a moment of choice. It will not look dramatic when it arrives. It may come dressed as a small decision, a single word spoken or withheld, a step taken or refused. But it carries weight far beyond its size. Your response in that moment will shape what follows for a long time. Choose from calm, not from fear. Let your inner knowing lead because I am in it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. Abraham climbed a mountain with everything he loved and came down with more than he carried up. The widow of Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a hungry prophet, and her jar did not run dry through the whole famine. This is how my kingdom has always worked. The open hand is filled. The clenched fist stays empty. holding only what it already had. You have been conditioned to doubt yourself, especially when the ground feels uncertain. Voices from your past taught you to hesitate, to ask permission, to wait for someone wiser to confirm what you already knew. Tonight, I'm calling you past that doubt. The clarity you need will not come from outside voices. It rises from the place in you where my guidance lives, quietly waiting for you to listen. There may come an hour tonight when you feel tested. Everything in you will want to fall back into the old way, the old reaction, the old silence. That hour matters more than you know. It is not there to defeat you. It is there to show you how much you have changed. When you choose differently, even once, a cycle that has followed you for years loses its grip. I saw the effort it took to hold yourself together in seasons no one else understood. I saw the battles you fought without witnesses, the mornings you rose when rising felt impossible. None of that was invisible to me, and none of it was wasted. It built something in you plank by plank that tonight will begin to prove. Your perspective is already shifting. Can you feel it? Things that confused you are starting to arrange themselves into sense. This is not because the facts changed. It is because you are seeing from higher ground now. From the valley, a road looks like chaos. From the hilltop, you can see where every bend was leading. There is a renewal forming around you even while something else is ending. This is my way. I do not tear down without building. The same night that closes one door is already laying the threshold of another. Endings and beginnings are not enemies. They are two hands doing one work. You are not meant to stay where you have been. I say it again so it settles into your bones. You are not meant to stay there. There is more ahead, more growth, more peace, more purpose than the narrow room you have been living in. Tonight is a step toward it, even if the step feels unsteady. Stay inside the present moment as things unfold. Do not sprint ahead into imagined tomorrows, and do not circle back into old regrets. What is in front of you is enough. Respond to it with awareness, one thing at a time, and you will stay aligned with the path I am walking you down. And remember this above everything else that happens tonight. You are not alone. Not in the revelation, not in the choice, not in the release. I am with you in every moment of it, nearer than your own breathing. My presence does not flicker when circumstances shake. Tonight is not something to fear. It is something to understand. What feels shocking is only a hidden thing stepping into the light, and hidden things lose their power the moment light touches them. They can no longer confuse you, steer you, or quietly rule you. That is what clarity does. It does not just inform you, it frees you. You are being prepared for something larger than this night. Every experience you have walked through is part of that preparation, including the ones that made no sense at the time. Tonight belongs to that work. It is bringing you closer to the place I have been leading you toward all along, one revelation at a time. Let me speak now about what is rising in you, because the night's work is not only about what falls away. There is a strength in you that has been waiting below the surface, quiet and patient, like a root under winter ground. You did not notice it because your eyes were fixed on your struggles, but the struggles themselves were feeding it. Tonight, it breaks the surface. You will feel it first in how you respond. Something that would once have flattened you will land differently. You will hear hard words without crumbling. You will meet uncertainty without unraveling. Do not rush past this. Stop and recognize it, because it is evidence. You are not who you were. Your emotions will surface tonight as well, and I want you ready for them. Feelings you pressed down for months are coming up for air. Grief you never gave room to. Anger you judged yourself for carrying. Longing you were ashamed to admit. They rise not to drown you, but to leave you. What is felt fully can finally be released. You believed you had to carry everything alone. You wore that belief like a coat you never took off. Someone taught it to you long ago, that asking for help was weakness, that your weight was yours only. It was never true. I have been beside you under every load, waiting for you to hand me my share. Tonight, hand it over, not with a grand gesture, just a quiet inward letting go, the kind no one else sees. Say within yourself, this is too heavy, and it was never mine to carry alone. That small surrender will do more for you than a year of striving. There is also a matter of your worth that must be settled tonight. You have priced yourself too low for too long. You accepted treatment you should have refused. You gave your best to people who offered their least. You called it patience, or loyalty, or love. Some of it was, but some of it was simply forgetting whose child you are. I formed you with intention. I do not make filler. I do not create placeholders. When you shrink yourself to fit spaces that were always too small, you are not being humble. You are contradicting your maker. Tonight, that contradiction ends. Watch how this settles into your voice. You will notice yourself speaking with fewer apologies wrapped around your words. Saying what is true without dressing it in softness, it does not need. This is not harshness. It is honesty finally standing upright. The people who love the smaller version of you may flinch. The ones who love you truly will rejoice. Fear deserves a word of its own tonight, because fear has governed more of your life than you like to admit. It sat in the council of your decisions. It edited your words before you spoke them. It talked you out of doors I had opened and talked you into staying in rooms I had finished with. Fear has been a false shepherd, and you followed its voice because it sounded like wisdom. Hear the difference now. My wisdom says wait, but it never says hide. My wisdom says be careful, but it never says be small. When a voice tells you that safety lies in shrinking, in silence, in staying where you are, slowly fading, that voice is not mine. Test every voice against this, and fear will lose its disguise. Tonight, fear loses more than its disguise. It loses its throne, not because it will stop speaking. It may whisper for years yet, but because you will stop obeying. There is a difference between hearing fear and following it. From this night, you hear it the way you hear rain on a roof, present, but not in charge. Uncertainty may still visit you in the hours ahead. That is natural. You are entering ground you have not walked before, and new ground always feels unsteady at first. But uncertainty does not mean you are lost. A sailor in open water is not lost simply because he cannot see the shore. He has his star. You have me. I want you to notice too what happens in your body as this night does its work. The tightness you have carried in your chest, the bracing you did without realizing, the way you slept with your fists closed. Some of that begins to loosen tonight. Peace is not only an idea, it settles into muscle and bone. Let it. There is a peace coming that will puzzle you, because it will arrive in the middle of everything rather than after it. You expected peace to come when problems ended. Instead, it will come while they still stand. Quiet and unreasonable and real. That is how you will know it is from me. The world's peace waits for calm weather. Mine walks on the water. You have been asking for clarity without using the word. Every time you said, I just need to know. Every time you turned a question over at midnight, you were asking. Tonight is my answer beginning. Not the whole answer. The first light of it. Receive it without demanding the rest at once. and there is something in you that is ready to move, even while another part of you reaches for the brakes. Learn to tell those two voices apart. The readiness is your strength speaking, the deep knowing I planted in you. The hesitation is old habit. When you feel that forward pull tonight, do not argue with it. It is not recklessness. It is the door standing open. You were not built for the shore you have been clinging to. There is deeper water with your name on it, more growth than you have yet touched, more peace than you have yet tasted, more purpose than you have dared to want out loud. Every realization this night gives you is a plank in the bridge toward it. So stay present. Do not manage what I am doing. Do not grip the outcome. Let each hour reveal what it carries, and answer only what is actually in front of you. That is how you walk with me through a night like this, one honest step at a time. Now I want to speak with you about time, because your quarrel with me has mostly been a quarrel about timing. You believed in my power. What you doubted was my calendar. You watched others receive what you had prayed longer for, and you wondered if your requests had been set aside in some forgotten corner of heaven. Nothing of yours was set aside. Hear this clearly. But my timing does not answer to your urgency, and there is mercy in that, though it has not felt like mercy. Fruit forced ripe is bitter. Bread pulled early from the fire is raw at the center. Some of what you asked for, had it come when you demanded it, would have arrived before you could hold it without being harmed by it. Consider the field a farmer lets lie fallow. To an impatient eye it looks abandoned, a waste of good ground. But beneath the surface the soil is mending, gathering back what years of harvest drew out of it. Your quiet seasons were not abandonment. The ground of your life was being made able to sustain what is coming, so that the next harvest does not exhaust you. Consider the river. It does not travel in straight lines, and from the bank its bends look like wandering. But the river is not lost. It is finding the one course the land will allow, moving around stone it cannot break, cutting slowly through what it can. Your path has bent the same way. What you called detours were the water finding its course. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Between the dream and the throne stretched years that looked like a mistake. Yet the road that seemed to lead away from the promise was the only road that led into it. Pharaoh's palace could not be reached from his father's favorite sun tent. It could only be reached through Egypt. You have had your Egypt. It was a road, not a verdict. So when tonight's shaking tempts you to say, "I am too late," remember Lazarus. His sisters kept the count of days, and by their count, hope had expired. I stood at that tomb on the fourth day, not the first, because I wanted them to know there's no such thing as too late where I am standing. The stone rolls away when I say it rolls away. What men call finished, I call waiting. What they seal and walk away from, I visit at the appointed hour. Keep that close whenever your circumstances try to hand you a verdict I never signed. Trust the process even where you cannot trace it. A weaver's work seen from underneath looks like knots and crossed threads without reason. The pattern only shows from above. You have been looking at your life from underneath. I see it from above. And I tell you, the threads are not tangled. They are placed. In the days after tonight, you will begin to notice small openings, an unexpected kindness, a door left ajar that was always locked before, a thought that arrives with unusual weight and will not leave. Do not dismiss these as coincidence. They are stepping stones, set down one at a time, and each one bears your next portion of the path. Step on them as they come. Do not stand still demanding to see the whole crossing before you lift your foot. I light the step you are on, and the one after it. That has always been my way. Enough light for obedience. Not so much that you no longer need me. You will also find that waiting itself changes for you now. There is a kind of waiting that gnaws, and a kind that rests. The first watches the road with clenched teeth. The second sets the table because it knows the guest is coming. From tonight, I am moving you from the first kind into the second. Same road, different heart. Others may not understand your calm. They will look at your circumstances, then at your face, and find the two do not match. Let them wonder. You are not required to explain a peace you did not manufacture. Some things are understood only by those who have stood in their own long night and heard my voice inside it. And do not envy another person's season. The tree that blossoms first is not the greatest tree in the orchard. Each one answers to its own appointed month. When you measure your progress against someone else's spring, you slander your own winter, and your winter has been doing faithful work. There is a harvest ahead of you, and I want you to be ready for how it arrives. Harvests rarely announce themselves. They begin with one ripe thing where yesterday there was none, then another. Then suddenly the field is heavy, and the question is no longer whether there is fruit, but whether your arms can carry it. Prepare your arms. Stretch your expectation wider than your circumstances. But understand what readiness means. It does not mean perfection. It means position. Be found where I told you to stand, doing what I gave you to do, with your heart soft toward me. The rain falls on the positioned field. It cannot fill barns that were built in some other country of wishing. Tonight is part of the positioning. That is why the shaking was allowed. Some things had to fall from your hands so they would be empty at the right moment. Some sight had to be restored so you would recognize the opening when it appeared. Everything converges. Nothing about this night stands apart from the whole. So keep walking, even in the dark stretch. The dark stretch is still road. It does not stop being road because you cannot see its edges. Feel for my hand and take the next step, and let the step after that wait its turn. This is how deserts are crossed. Not in one heroic day, but step upon step, with manna enough for each morning. State, I trust out loud if you believe my timing over your own. Now let me show you who you are becoming, because tonight is not only an ending, it is an unveiling. The person who wakes tomorrow will carry the same name and the same face, but something in the foundation will have shifted. You are crossing from one way of being into another, and I want you to recognize the crossing while it happens. The first mark of this new season is a quiet confidence. Not the loud kind that performs for a room, the kind that sits still in you like ballast in a ship, unseen but steadying everything. It will not need applause to survive. It will not collapse when someone doubts you. It is rooted in what you know, not in what others confirm. You will notice it in small ways at first. You will make a decision without polling 5 people for permission. You will let a criticism pass through you without building a house for it. You will hear no and remain whole. These small moments are not small. They are the new foundation bearing weight. Your priorities are already rearranging themselves. Things that once consumed your attention are quietly losing their flavor. Conversations you used to chase now feel like eating air. Places that once drew you now leave you restless to go home. Do not mourn this. Nothing is wrong with you. The appetite changes when the person changes. What is fading makes room for what is arriving. You will find yourself hungry for depth where you once settled for noise. Hungry for what is real where you once accepted what was convenient. Hungry for my presence in ways that surprise you. Feed that hunger. It is the truest compass you own. There is a purpose taking shape in you, and I want to speak carefully about it. You have asked what you are here for, sometimes with words, sometimes with a long stare at the ceiling. The answer has been forming in you all along, built from everything you have lived. Nothing you endured stands outside of it. The compassion in you was carved by the hours no one comforted you. You know how to sit with the brokenhearted, because you know which words help and which words wound. That knowledge was purchased at a price, and it was not purchased for nothing. There are people ahead of you whom only your particular scars can reach. Do not ask me for the whole blueprint tonight. Purpose is not handed over like a map unrolled all at once. It is revealed the way a road reveals itself to the one walking it. What I will give you is the next assignment, the next person, the next act of obedience. Walk in what you have, and more will meet you on the way. You will also stand differently among people now. Some will sense the change before you name it. A steadiness in your presence, a refusal to be rushed, an absence of the old anxious edge. They may not have language for it, but they will feel it, because alignment carries its own quiet authority. Not everyone will celebrate this. Understand that now, so it does not wound you later. Some people had arranged their comfort around your smallness. Your silence made room for their voice. Your bending made their rigidity workable. When you stand upright, arrangements like that come under strain. Let them. You are not responsible for the comfort others built on your compromise. But watch, too, for the ones who draw nearer. There are people appointed to this next season of your life. Some you have already met, and some still on their way. They will recognize what you carry, and you will recognize them by a certain rest you feel in their company. Iron meeting iron, without injury. Give those connections your best attention. You are also done from tonight with begging for reassurance. That constant checking, that need to be told again and again that you are enough, that it will be all right, that you have not been forgotten. It came from an old wound, and the wound is closing. In its place grows a settled knowing that does not need hourly confirmation. This does not mean you will never wobble. It means the wobble will no longer become a collapse. You will feel doubt brush past you and remain standing. That is not pride. That is what a healed thing feels like. Healed bones do not need the crutch, though the memory of limping lingers a while. Acceptance is doing its quiet work in you as well. You are making peace with what was, not because it was good, but because arguing with the past was costing you the present. Some questions from your history will never receive their answers on this side of eternity. You are learning to leave them at my feet and live anyway. That is not defeat. That is wisdom with the dust of the road on its shoes. And closure is coming to things that hung unfinished. Some of it arrives tonight in what is revealed. Some of it arrives simply because you stop reopening what I have sealed. Not every ending needs a ceremony. Some doors close without a sound, and the proof they are closed is the peace you feel walking away from them. Guard this new self in the days ahead, because old patterns will send for you. The old cravings for approval, the old reflex to shrink, the old habit of carrying what was never yours. They will knock, wearing familiar faces. You are not obligated to answer. Recognition is your defense. You cannot be quietly pulled into what you clearly see. I am telling you all of this before it fully unfolds, so that when it comes, you will know it was not chance. You will remember that I named it in advance, on this night, in this word spoken over you. And that memory will anchor you when the changes stretch you. Let it be a stone of remembrance set up on the night everything turned. Now hear my final word for this night, because morning is coming, and I want you ready for it. What happens tonight is not meant to live as a memory you revisit. It is meant to live as ground you build on. Many receive a word and are moved for an evening. Few let the word move them for a lifetime. Be among the few. When the sun rises, the world will look ordinary again. The same rooms, the same obligations, the same faces at the same tables. Do not be deceived by the sameness. You are not returning to your old life. You're walking through your old surroundings as a new person, and that changes everything the surroundings can do to you. There will be a temptation in a day or a week to explain this night away, to call it a mood, a strange evening, a wave of feeling that passed. That temptation is the thief coming for the seed. Guard what was planted in you. Speak of it to yourself when doubt argues. Write nothing off that I have written in. Remember what was revealed and hold it without bitterness. If a person was shown to you as they truly are, thank me for the sight, and do not spend your strength hating them. Bitterness would chain you to the very thing I separated you from. Release them into my hands. My justice needs no help from your resentment, and your future has no room for its weight. Remember also what rose in you, the voice that stood up, the strength that surfaced, the peace that arrived without permission from your circumstances. These are not visitors. They are residents now. When old situations try to summon the old you, let the new residents answer the door. Walk slowly through the coming days, not hesitantly, slowly. There is a difference. Hesitation is fear wearing the mask of caution. Slowness is wisdom refusing to be rushed. Decisions will present themselves, some quickly. Take them to me first. A moment of asking spares a season of untangling, and keep watch over your mouth in this next stretch. What I have shown you tonight is not for every ear. Some revelations are bread for your own table, not seed for every field. Joseph told his dream too widely and gained years of trouble for it. Let your changed life speak first. Words can follow later when the fruit is visible and no argument is needed. You will stumble somewhere ahead. I tell you this not to discourage you, but to disarm the shame before it arrives. A stumble on the new road is not a return to the old one. When it happens, do not lie in the dust, composing speeches about your failure. Take my hand, stand, and continue. My mercies are not annual or monthly. They are new every morning, and they will be new on that morning too. Care for the ones I have placed around you, the ones you love, and the ones you carry in prayer. Some of them are watching your life more closely than you know, reading it like a letter. The steadiness you walk in after this night will preach to them without a single sermon. Your peace will make them thirsty. Your light will make them curious about the flame. But do not appoint yourself the manager of anyone else's awakening. You cannot shake anyone awake. You can only live awake in front of them. Pray for them. Be patient the way I have been patient with you. Remember how many quiet years I called before you turned. Give others the same room, and trust me to work in the hours you cannot see. There is provision arranged for the road ahead of you. I do not send anyone into an assignment without supplies. Manna did not begin until the wilderness required it, and yours will meet you the same way, exactly when the need becomes real, and not an hour before. Do not measure tomorrow's road against today's supplies. That arithmetic has frightened you long enough. The provider walks with you, and the storehouse travels with the owner. And know this about the ones who wronged you, the ones whose faces still visit your thoughts. I saw everything. Nothing that was done to you in secret is hidden from me. You do not need to carry the ledger any longer. Hand me the accounts. Some debts I will settle in ways you will witness, and some in ways you never will. But not one line has escaped my reading. You are free to live unburdened by the arithmetic of old wounds. What I want most for you in this next season is nearness. Not more religion, not busier service. Nearness. Speak with me in the plain words of your ordinary day. Bring me your questions before they become worries, and your worries before they become storms. The door between us has no lock on my side. It never did. I am with you when the road is obvious and when it is hidden. I am with you in the rooms where you are celebrated and the rooms where you are misunderstood. I am with you in the strength of your morning and the honesty of your midnight. There is no hour you can enter where I have not already arrived. So step into what comes next without dread. The night that frightened you was carrying gifts. The shaking you braced against was setting things in order. You will look back on this evening further down the road and recognize it as a hinge on which your whole direction turned. And you will be glad you did not turn away from my voice when it called. My child, we have walked a long road together to reach this night, and the road ahead is brighter than any stretch behind you. Lift your head, loosen your grip on what is finished, open your hands to what is beginning. The old has served its purpose, and the new is already at the door. Go now toward your rest, and let sleep come without guarding against the dark. Nothing prowls this night that has authority over you. My watch does not end when your eyes close. I will be awake over you until morning, and in the morning I will still be speaking. Listen for me in the light, the way you listened in the dark. Receive my peace now, not as an idea, but as a covering. Let it settle over your mind, your body, your home, and everyone under your roof. What was spoken over you tonight is sealed, and no hand can unseal what I have closed. You are known. You are kept. You are mine. If you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready," and let that be your first step.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from me now. I am speaking to you with an urgency that cannot wait for a better moment, because there is no better moment than this one. Something heavy is trying to cross into your life, and I am reaching you before it arrives. I am not speaking to frighten you. I am speaking to save you. If you walk away from these words, you may walk straight into what I am trying to place behind you. Hear me clearly. Danger grows when guidance is ignored. Protection rises when you listen. This is the simple truth I am setting before you today, and everything else I say will rest upon it. Stay with me now, because this is where your safety begins. You feel something inside you at this very moment, a pull, a stillness that tells you not to brush this aside as another passing word. That feeling is not random. It is the part of you that still hears me clearly, even when your mind is tired and the world around you is loud. I placed that pull in you, and I am using it now to hold your attention, because what I have to say cannot be missed. Something is trying to move into your life that does not belong there. It carries confusion. It carries loss. It carries a weight you were never meant to bear. I am standing between you and that moment, and I'm calling you to listen carefully so you do not walk into it unaware. This is why I say do not turn away. To turn away from my voice is to walk without covering. You have been through seasons before that shook you deeply. You remember how it felt when everything seemed to fall apart without warning, when the ground you trusted gave way beneath you. I was there. I saw every silent struggle you never spoke aloud. I heard the words you prayed into the dark when you thought no one was listening. I never left, not even when you turned away, not even when you forgot how to listen. Now I am asking you to stay, because I am about to guide you away from something that could bring that kind of shaking again, only stronger. If you value your peace, if you value your future, if you value the ones you carry in prayer, then remain here and let me speak into your situation. What I reveal is not meant to alarm you. It is meant to prepare you, so you stand firm instead of falling into something you could have stepped around. There are paths forming ahead of you even now. Not all of them lead to peace, though some of them look smooth at the start. You have been close to a decision, close to a direction that seems harmless on its surface. But it carries consequences you cannot yet see. I see what you cannot see. I know where each road bends and where each road breaks, and I am stepping in to turn you before the turning becomes costly. Listen closely, because the next steps you take will shape what follows. You are not weak and you are not forgotten, even if you have felt overlooked, even if you have grown tired of waiting for things to change. I chose to speak to you because your heart still listens. In a world full of noise, that is no small thing. It is the very reason my word can reach you now. The trouble I speak of is not something you are appointed to suffer. It is something you are meant to avoid through attention and obedience. That is why I am here now. Not later, not after the damage is done. Now, while there is still time to shift your direction. A warning that arrives after the fall is only a lament. A warning that arrives before the fall is a rescue. Receive this as rescue. There are people near you whose intentions are not fully clear. There are situations that appear calm on the surface but carry hidden weight beneath, like deep water moving under still ice. You have sensed this. You felt it, and then talked yourself out of it, hoping things would settle on their own. I am telling you plainly, ignoring these signals can open doors you never intended to open. Become aware, become careful. Stand grounded in what I am telling you. This is not protection through fear. It is protection through attention. Fear closes the eyes. Attention opens them. I am opening your eyes today, my child, because an open eye sees the pit before the foot reaches it. You are not alone in this moment, even if it feels like you are the only one carrying these thoughts. I am closer than your breath. I am guiding you step by step, even in the hours when you feel nothing at all. Every time you choose to listen instead of rushing forward, you place yourself under protection instead of chaos. Every time you pause at my voice, a trap somewhere ahead of you loses its power. There is a shift that needs to happen inside you, and it begins today. It is the shift from rushing into decisions toward pausing and seeking wisdom. You have been moving quickly, trying to repair what feels broken with your own two hands, trying to outrun the ache of uncertainty. I understand your urgency, but hear me. Speed without direction leads to regret. A runner on the wrong road only gets farther from home. When you slow down and listen, you allow me to set the right steps in front of you. This is how you move forward without falling. This is how the snare is broken before it closes. I am not here to take your freedom. I am here to guard your future. Everything I say flows from love, even when it arrives with weight and fire in it. You matter more than you have been told. Your path holds more purpose than anyone has shown you. That is why I refuse to stay silent while something gathers against your peace. I speak because I love you. I warn because I will not stand by and let the enemy of your soul take what I have prepared for you. So stay. Listen. Let every word find its place in you. Declare your amen if you have faith. There is something unfolding quietly around you. It makes no noise, yet it carries weight enough to shake your peace if you are not aware of it. I am drawing your attention to it now, so you do not walk into it blind. When you stay with me like this, you are choosing light over confusion. That choice is already protecting you, even before you understand how. You have noticed small signs lately, moments that did not sit right, words that stayed in your mind longer than they should have, a heaviness in a room that everyone else seemed to ignore. Those were not accidents, and they were not your imagination. They were warnings your spirit recognized even while your thoughts tried to dismiss them. I placed that awareness in you for a reason. Now I am asking you to trust it instead of brushing it aside. Understand how danger moves. It rarely announces itself. It does not always come loudly kicking down the door. More often it slips in quietly, through decisions made in haste, through friendships accepted without discernment, through distractions that eat the hours I gave you for better things. I am teaching you to recognize it while it is still small. A fire noticed at the first thread of smoke is easily put out. A fire ignored becomes a ruin. There is a pattern that has been forming in your life, a cycle that returns in different clothing but carries the same ending. You know the feeling. Things seem steady, and then, suddenly, everything tilts, and you are left holding pieces and asking how it happened again. I am breaking that pattern now by naming it before it repeats. You were not made to relive the same sorrow in new seasons. You were made to rise above it with wisdom I supply. When you understand, you move differently. When you move differently, your future changes. This is why I speak so plainly to you today. Clarity is the key that opens the lock the cycle has kept you in. Hear this also. There's an influence near you that pulls your decisions slightly off course. Not enough to notice in a day, enough to matter in a year. It may feel harmless. It may even feel comforting. But beneath it runs a direction that does not lead to your peace. I'm asking you to step back and observe before you give it more of your time, your energy, or your trust. Not everything that feels right in the moment is right for your future. I see the whole field. You see one row. Let my sight guide your steps. You have been carrying a quiet pressure inside you, a sense that something must change without knowing what or how. That pressure is not sent to crush you. It is sent to wake you. You cannot keep walking the same road and arrive at a different city. I am opening your eyes so you can turn while turning is still easy. When you listen now, you move by guidance. When you refuse, you are moved later by pain. Between those two ways of learning, choose the gentler one. I want you led, not driven. There are moments ahead that will test your focus. Distraction will come dressed as importance, pulling at your sleeve, insisting it cannot wait. In those moments, a small voice inside you will say, pause, think, look again. That voice is mine. It has kept you from more harm than you will ever know this side of eternity. If you override it, you will find yourself in places that drain you and choices that haunt you. If you honor it, you will step over pits you never even see. This is how the prudent walk, as it is written. The wise see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the price. You are stronger than you think. But strength without direction is a horse without a rider. You have power to endure, yet I would rather you not spend it on battles you were never assigned. Some struggles can be avoided entirely by one act of listening, one moment of patience, one refusal to rush. You do not need to prove your strength by walking into storms. True strength bows its head and asks which way to go. That is the strength I am building in you. Now look at the door standing before you. It has the shape of an opportunity. It promises progress, relief, a way out. But I am telling you to look deeper before you step through. Not every open door is opened by my hand. Some doors are tests. Some are traps dressed in welcome. The lessons behind the wrong door come with wounds that take years to close, wounds you were never meant to carry. Wait. Judge the fruit, not the paint. When the right door comes, it will not bring confusion trailing behind it. It will bring peace walking beside it. You have been asking for protection. You have been asking for clarity, for some sign that you are not facing all of this alone. This is that answer, though it comes differently than you expected. Protection does not always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like a warning that pulls you away from something you thought you wanted. Clarity does not always feel gentle. Sometimes it arrives urgent and direct, because it must reach you before you reach the edge. I am giving you both at once. Receive them fully. Safety comes by accepting what I give, not by bargaining with it. And remember who is speaking. I am the one who parted waters when there was no way through. I am the one who shut the mouths of lions and walked my servants through fire without the smell of smoke on their clothes. Nothing gathering near your life is hidden from me, and nothing hidden from me can stand against my purpose for you. The same hand that held them holds you. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. There is something in your life that needs to be released. It no longer serves your growth, yet you have held it out of habit or out of fear of the empty space it would leave behind. It may be a connection. It may be a way of thinking. It may be a routine that feels familiar while it quietly drains you. I am naming it now so you can set it down before it leads you into something heavier. Letting go is not loss when it protects your peace. It is strength in its purest form. The farmer who prunes the branch is not destroying the tree. He is preparing the harvest. You are not losing. You are making room. Trust that what leaves your hands is clearing the way for what I am sending. My word does not return to me empty, and neither will your obedience. You are not being punished, and you have not been singled out for hardship. What you are experiencing is positioning. I see what stands ahead on your road, and I care enough to speak into your present so your future stays steady. This is not about fear. It is about alignment. When you align with my voice, you stand firm even while everything around you shifts. That is the kind of stability I want for you, the kind that does not depend on calm weather. There is a weight that has been building slowly in your days, not heavy enough to stop you, just heavy enough to bend your direction without your notice. It hides in distractions. It hides in sharp reactions. It hides in choices made too quickly, without a single breath of reflection. These are the narrow gaps where trouble enters, not through great events, but through small, unguarded moments. Guard the small moments, and you guard the whole house. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. When Abraham lifted his eyes on the mountain, the ram was already in the thicket. The provision was in place before the need was visible. It is the same with you. What I have prepared for your coming days is already set along the road, waiting for you to arrive at it. Your part is not to produce the provision. Your part is to keep walking in trust until you reach it. You have been moving forward with good intentions, trying to do what is right, trying to hold your world steady. But intention alone cannot protect you if it is not joined to patience. There are places where your heart wants to move faster than your understanding. and that gap is exactly where missteps are born. I am slowing you down, not to frustrate you, but to keep you inside my timing. When you slow down, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you step over what would have brought sorrow later. There is someone connected to your life whose spirit does not match the direction I am leading you. This does not make them evil. It makes them misaligned with your assignment. Their presence leans on your decisions in ways that tilt you off course, a degree at a time. A single degree seems like nothing on the first day. After 1,000 steps, it is a different destination altogether. I am asking you to create space, to observe, to guard your heart, for out of it flow the springs of life. This is not rejection. This is stewardship of the path I gave you. You were never meant to carry everything alone, though you have learned to be strong and self-reliant. That strength helped you survive hard seasons. But survival and abundance are not the same country, and the road between them is called trust. You do not need to solve every riddle by yourself while I am standing here speaking. Trusting me means pausing to receive direction before you act. That pause is where clarity lives, and clarity is the wall around your peace. There is a decision ahead of you that deserves more attention than you planned to give it. It looks simple. It looks like something you could settle in an afternoon. I am telling you now, do not rush it. This decision carries weight that will touch not only you, but the ones you love. Approach it with calm. Approach it with prayer. When you do, details will surface that you would have missed at speed, and those details will point you to the right choice, like markers on a trail. You have been feeling a restlessness you cannot fully explain, a quiet discomfort under the surface of ordinary days. That feeling is not confusion. It is a signal. Something is shifting, and you are being called to adjust before the shift arrives in full. Restlessness often comes when change is required, but not yet begun. Do not numb it. Do not outrun it. Bring it to me, and I will translate it into instruction. When you answer the inner signal early, you stay ahead of what is coming. That is how you remain steady while others are caught off guard. Look also at your habits, the things you do without thinking because they are familiar. Some of them strengthen you. Some of them quietly pull you away from hearing me. I am not asking you to overturn your whole life in a day. I am asking you to become aware of what feeds you and what feeds on you. Awareness is the first mercy. Change is the second. Choose what strengthens you, and you become very hard to shake. A moment is coming when you will be tested, not in a way that breaks you, but in a way that reveals how well you have listened. You will face a choice that looks familiar, something you have met before wearing different clothes. The last time, it cost you. This time, you will see it coming. That is where your growth will show itself. Not in avoiding every trial, but in choosing differently when the old trial returns. I am preparing you for that moment right now, word by word. When it arrives, you will feel the pull of the old response rising in you. The old haste, the old appetite, the old excuse. And then you will feel something newer and quieter underneath it. The steadiness we have been building together. Follow the steadiness. One different choice at the familiar crossroad, and a cycle that has run for years comes to its end. This is how chains break, not with noise, but with one obedient step. Do not underestimate the power of staying near to me in small ways. A breath of prayer in the middle of an ordinary hour. A moment of thanks before you rise. A pause to ask me before you answer someone. These small turnings are not small at all. Each one strengthens your ear to hear and your will to follow. Transformation is not one great leap. It is 1,000 quiet returns to my presence. and you are already returning. There are layers to what I am showing you, and each day of listening peels another one back. At first, my word sounds like general counsel. Then you begin to see how precisely it touches your life. The decision you have been weighing, the person you have been trusting, the direction you have been considering. All of it is being brought into the light, not to overwhelm you, but so you can move wisely. Wisdom is the lamp that keeps your feet on solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. You have been standing at a quiet turning point, even if you did not name it as one. From the outside, nothing looks dramatic, but heaven marks this season in your life, because small shifts made here will decide large outcomes later. You're not stuck. You're being positioned. The bow must be drawn backward before the arrow flies. When you understand that, waiting stops feeling like abandonment and starts feeling like aim. Now attend to your thoughts, because not every thought in your mind was born there. Some were planted by old wounds. Some were spoken over you by careless mouths years ago and took root. Some are whispers from the enemy of your soul, dressed in your own voice. When you accept them without question, they begin to steer your actions. I'm asking you to slow down and test what you have been believing. Take every thought captive. Not every thought deserves your trust, and not every feeling deserves your obedience. Filter what you receive, and you will protect what you become. You have an instinct I wove into you, a quiet knowing that senses when something is off before your mind can explain it. There were times you overrode it, hoping to be wrong, hoping things would improve on their own. Some of your deepest regrets began in exactly those moments. I am strengthening that instinct now so you can honor it without apology. When you feel that inner hesitation, do not push past it to keep the peace or keep the pace. Stop. Ask. Listen. That hesitation is often my hand on your shoulder. There is a situation near you that seems stable on the surface but carries tension underneath. You have noticed the small tells, a change of tone, a silence where there used to be openness, moments that did not add up. Do not explain these away. I'm not asking you to react with suspicion or fear. I'm asking you to respond with attention. What is noticed early can be handled gently. What is ignored grows teeth. Learn also what protection truly is. It is not the removal of every obstacle from your road. It is my guidance through the obstacles in a way that keeps you whole. There will always be moments that press you. But when you walk in awareness, those moments do not rule you. You respond instead of react. You consider instead of rush. That single shift moves you from being a target to being a watchman on the wall. There is still a part of you that wants to resolve everything at once, to sprint out of uncertainty because the waiting itches. I understand that ache. But decisions squeezed out under pressure are the ones most often regretted at leisure. I'm slowing your hand so your eyes can catch up. Trust this process even when it feels uncomfortable. A moment of discomfort under my instruction is worth years of ease on the far side of it. You have been carrying responsibilities that feel heavy, managing burdens while letting no one see the strain. In that tiredness, important details start slipping past you. I am calling your focus back before something that matters is missed. You do not have to carry all of it in your own arms. Cast the weight onto me, for I care for you, and I do not drop what I carry. Rest is not neglect of your duty. Rest is trust wearing work clothes. And set your boundaries, even where it feels uncomfortable to set them. You have allowed certain things to continue because addressing them felt harder than enduring them. But they have been taxing your peace, and the bill grows each month. Stand firm in what you know is right for your life. A boundary is not a wall against people. It is a fence around the garden I planted in you. Keep the fence, and the garden feeds everyone who enters by the gate. You have been surrounded by noise for too long, voices pulling your attention in a dozen directions, demands stacked on demands, a hum of worry that never quite goes silent. That noise makes it hard to hear what matters. It buries my guidance under a pile of urgencies that will not matter in a year. I am asking you to make room for quiet, even briefly, even imperfectly. I did not speak to my prophet in the wind or the earthquake or the fire. I spoke in a low whisper, and he had to still himself to hear it. It is the same with you. In quiet, clarity grows strong. In clarity, decisions grow wise. This is not about escaping your life or emptying your days. It is about choosing where your attention lives. Attention is the doorway of the soul. Whatever you attend to enters. Guard the doorway, and you guard everything inside. There are conversations coming soon, words that will carry more meaning than they seem to at first hearing. Listen not only to what is said, but to what moves in you as it is said. Truth has a weight the heart can feel beneath the words. If something rings hollow, do not silence that ringing just to keep things comfortable. Comfort is not proof of truth, and discomfort is not proof of danger. Ask me for discernment in the moment, and I will give it without scolding you for asking. Be careful, too, with what you share and with whom. Not everyone around you understands your journey, and not every ear is safe for your dreams. You have been open in ways that left you exposed, handing the tender things of your heart to people who did not know how to hold them. Joseph told his dream to his brothers and found a pit waiting. Some things I show you are for you and me alone until their season. Silence, rightly used, is armor. Choose your confidants the way you would choose someone to hold a flame in a dry field. Speak, I receive this, if your heart is open today. There is a pattern of hesitation in you as well, a habit of doubting what you clearly sense. You second-guess the knowing I placed in you, waiting for outside confirmation that rarely comes in time. That hesitation has cost you moments when you could have stepped aside from harm or stepped into blessing. I am building your confidence now. When you sense my leading, you do not need the whole map to take the next step. Trust grows by walking, not by studying the road from a distance. Protect your focus, for it is one of the strongest things I have placed in you. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Not every conflict requires your presence. Not every need within reach is an assignment with your name on it. Even my son, when the crowds pressed him, withdrew to lonely places to pray, and he did not heal in every town. He moved as the Father directed, nothing more, nothing less. Learn that rhythm. When you spend your strength only where I send you, your strength is always enough. You are stepping into a season where awareness will guide you more than habit does. At first, this will feel strange, like writing with your other hand. You are used to moving on old reflexes, reacting before thinking, deciding before praying. But as you keep listening, you will notice your responses growing calmer, your choices growing cleaner, your path growing steadier. This is the renewing of your mind I promised. It is not loud, it is thorough. And once it takes hold, it changes how you move through everything. Something will soon present itself as urgent, demanding immediate action, pressing you to decide before you can breathe. Mark my words on this. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important arrives with alarm bells. Urgency is often the costume that pressure wears to bypass your wisdom. When the push comes, stand still. Stillness will reveal whether the thing is truly yours or merely loud. The one who believes will not be in haste. Calm is not slowness. Calm is command of your own steps Your future is not meant to be shaped by fear. It is meant to be shaped by clarity and by covenant. Every warning I have spoken to you today is a lamp, not a lash. When you are aware, fear loses its grip, because you understand what is happening and you know what to do. You are not being led into darkness. You are being led out of it, one deliberate step at a time. And I do not lose travelers on my road. Notice how protection has already been at work around you. There were days you were delayed and grumbled at the delay, never seeing what the delay let pass ahead of you. There were requests denied that you mourned, doors closed that you pounded on, and behind some of them stood grief you never had to meet. You have been spared in ways that will only be understood when you see the whole story from my side of it. Let that settle your heart about the things I am asking of you now. The timing of all this is not random. You are being prepared just before something tries to enter your life, so that it finds you ready instead of surprised. Preparation is the difference between panic and peace. The wise virgins filled their lamps before the shout came at midnight, and when it came, they walked in without fear. I am filling your lamp right now. Stay with me while the oil is being poured. You are learning too that my voice has a signature. When something is truly from me, a calm arrives with it, even when the instruction is hard. When something is not from me, a subtle static comes with it, a tension that does not resolve no matter how you reason with it. These signals are not moods. They are part of how I lead you. Trust them, test them against my word, and they will keep you on the path when the fog is thick. There are people who will not understand your path, and their words may plant doubt in you without their meaning any harm. They speak from what they can see, and they cannot see what I have shown you. Do not hand them the pen that writes your direction. Noah built for years under a clear sky while neighbors shook their heads, and the rain proved the builder right. Listen to counsel with humility, but let my voice be the deciding one. When you stay aligned with what I have spoken, you remain steady even when others question every board you nail. You are learning to trust a deeper sense within you, one that does not beg for constant reassurance. That trust is growing because you keep showing up to listen. When it matures, you will no longer feel lost in uncertain seasons. You will move with a quiet confidence that needs no audience and no applause. It is not loud. It does not argue. It simply keeps walking in the direction I pointed, and it arrives. A situation is approaching that will ask you to respond with clarity instead of emotion. In earlier years, you would have answered from the wound, letting the feeling fire before the thought could load. This time you will feel something new between the spark and the flame. A pause. Space enough to breathe, to pray, to choose. I am placing that pause in you now, and it will save you from turning a small matter into a long war. The one who rules their own spirit is mightier than the one who takes a city. You have been carrying concerns you have never fully spoken, thoughts that circle at night, questions you swallow in the day because you are unsure where to set them down. Bring them to me out loud. I am bringing them to the surface, not to shame you, but so you can face them with understanding instead of dread. A worry named in prayer is already half its former size. You're not asked to solve everything at once. You're asked to stop hiding it from the only one who already knows. Think of the field the farmer lets rest for a season. To an impatient eye, it looks abandoned, wasted, going nowhere. But the soil is being restored in secret, minerals gathering, strength returning, so the next planting yields double. Parts of your life that look dormant right now are fields at rest under my order. Nothing is being wasted. Do not despise the resting field, and do not force a planting out of season. The harvest belongs to the one who honors the timing of it. Or consider the river. It does not argue with the mountain. It moves around, it moves under, it finds the low and honest way, and in 100 years it has carved a canyon that no hammer could have made. Your persistence does not need to be violent to be victorious. Keep flowing in the direction I have set, gentle and unceasing, and none of it will be wasted either. What blocks you today will one day be the banks that give your life its shape. There's a situation that may try to pull you back into an old pattern. It will come dressed in familiarity, whispering that this time will be different while carrying the same ending in its pocket. I am showing you beforehand, so recognition arrives before regret. When it appears, you will feel the old gravity. Stand in the new ground. One clear refusal at the right moment will close a door that has been swinging for years, and you will feel the wind of it stop at last. You are also learning quiet discernment, the strength to observe without instantly reacting. This is no small skill. The one who observes first understands, and the one who understands responds in a way that protects peace. You no longer need to prove anything by speed. Let others mistake your stillness for hesitation if they wish. Stillness that listens to heaven moves faster than haste that listens to panic. Small tests are ahead, not storms, just simple choices carrying deeper meaning than their size suggests. A word you could say and choose not to. An offense you could pick up and leave lying on the road. A shortcut you could take with no one else knowing. These little crossroads are where your growth will show itself. He who is faithful in little will be trusted with much. Pass the small tests, and the larger doors open without your pushing. There is a foundation being laid in you right now, below the surface where no one applauds. Builders spend long months on ground no passerby admires, digging down before anything rises up. To the hurried eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but every stone set in that unseen ground decides how high the walls can safely climb later. I am building deep in you because I intend to build high. Do not resent the season underground. Towers rushed onto shallow footings fall in the first hard wind, and I have never once built you to fall. Remember the desert road. My people walked it between the chains they left and the promise they entered, and the walking itself did the work the promise required. In the desert they learned my daily bread, my pillar of fire, my faithfulness at dawn after dawn. If your current stretch feels dry, it is not because you are lost. It is because some things are only learned where the distractions die away. You are closer to the far edge of this desert than you think. Do not sit down in the sand now. The seasons themselves preach this if you will hear them. No winter has ever held the ground past its appointed hour. The tree that stands bare in the cold is not dead, it is scheduled. Sap rises on a calendar no frost can veto, and the same branch that looked finished breaks into blossom overnight. Your life keeps this same covenant with me. What has gone quiet in you has not been canceled. It has been dated, and when its hour strikes, no delay of the past will be strong enough to hold it back a single day longer. And through all of it, keep this truth near. You are not being pushed through your life by chance. You are being led through it on purpose. A push comes from behind and does not care where you land. A leading walks ahead of you and prepares where you will stand. I go before you. I level the uneven places. I break through gates of bronze when they bar your road. Follow, and you will find every place I promised already holds your name. Feel what is happening inside you as these words settle. A calm is taking root, a calm that does not depend on your circumstances behaving themselves. It comes from knowing you are aligned, knowing you are aware, knowing you are heard. This calm was not there in the same way before. It has been building through every moment you chose to stay and listen. It will become your foundation, the ground you return to whenever the days turn uncertain. When you stand on that ground, you are not easily shaken. You're not the same as you were when my voice first reached you today. Something has shifted, and it cannot be quietly undone. You are seeing more clearly. You are weighing things more carefully. You are answering life more intentionally. This is growth, even though it made no sound. The deepest changes rarely announce themselves. They simply begin, and everything after them is different. Handle your moments of uncertainty in this new way from now on. You used to flee them, rushing into any decision that promised relief from the discomfort of not knowing. Now you know better. Uncertainty is not an enemy to outrun. It is a room to stand still in until I turn on the light. When you pause inside it instead of bolting, you see what the hurried never see. Trust the pause. It has become one of the safest places you own. You're learning that not everything deserves your response. Some things are meant to pass by like weather, requiring nothing from you but patience. Others are assignments that will wait for their proper hour. This discernment is settling into you, teaching you where your strength belongs and where it would only be spilled. When you stop answering everything, you finally have enough left to answer what matters. That is not indifference. That is aim. Alertness will matter in the days just ahead, so keep your lamp trimmed. The trouble I warned you about at the beginning has not changed its plans, but you have changed your readiness, and readiness is what decides the outcome. What would have found you distracted will now find you standing. What would have entered unnoticed will now be seen at the gate. This is what these moments together have built. Not fear, preparedness. And preparedness wearing peace is the strongest posture a soul can hold. Carry the ones you love into this same covering. Speak my name over them in the quiet. Ask my hedge around their comings and goings. You cannot stand beside them in every moment, but I can, and I do not sleep. Job rose early and prayed over his household continually, and heaven marked it. Your prayers for your loved ones are not scattering into empty air. They are standing orders in my kingdom, and they outlast the day you prayed them. Let that assurance rest over your household tonight, and let it hold there long after this hour has passed. Hold fast to what has been placed in you today. The warning that turned you, the pause that guards you, the discernment that filters what reaches your heart, the boundaries that keep your garden whole, the quiet that lets you hear me. These are not scattered lessons. They are one armor, fitted to you piece by piece in this single hour. Wear all of it. The soldier who leaves one strap loose invites the arrow to the gap. And when the tested moment comes, and it will come, remember how this felt. Remember the steadiness in you right now. You will not need to summon courage from nowhere, because courage is simply the memory of my faithfulness applied to the present hour. Look back at every road I have already brought you through. Not one promise I made has fallen to the ground. The record is your armor too. Walk forward then, but walk awake. Move through your days with your ear tuned to the low whisper underneath the noise. Question the urgent. Honor the quiet signal. Keep short accounts with me, speaking often, hiding nothing. A soul in constant conversation with heaven is nearly impossible to ambush. That is the life I am inviting you into. Not a single rescued moment, but a guarded and guided way of living. Do not fear the future you cannot see. I am already present in it, the way light is already at the end of a tunnel while you are still inside the dark of it. Every day you are walking toward provisions I have stationed, people I have appointed, and places prepared before you asked. The road between here and there holds nothing that you and I together cannot pass, and you will never again walk any part of it without me. Let your heart be still now. The urgency that opened this word has done its work. You stayed. You listened. You received. The danger that required this warning now requires your obedience. Nothing more. Take the pause. Test the door. Guard the gate. Release what I named. Trust what I promised. Do these, and you will look back on this day as the day the direction of things quietly changed. I am with you when the morning comes, and the day demands more than you think you have. I am with you at midday when the noise is loudest and the choices crowd in. I am with you at night when the questions circle and the house goes quiet. There is no hour of yours that I am absent from, no step of yours that I have not gone ahead of. This is not a promise for the strong. It is a promise for the willing. And you, by staying to the end of this word, have shown me your willingness. So go now into what remains of this day, covered and not exposed, led and not driven, awake and not wandering. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, thin and temporary, but as I give, deep and abiding and stronger than whatever tried to reach you this season. You were warned because you are loved. You are loved because you are mine. And what is mine, I keep. Say, yes, Lord, I am ready to walk forward if you receive this word into your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.